is as big as it gets when it comes to SmackDown. We are talking tonight about the return, the potential return. We got to say potential return of AJ Lee. The only thing I would say about that is that AJ Lee is obviously expected to return during Becky's segment, and the streets are saying that Becky's segment is going to be going last. The streets are saying that Becky closes out this show, right? Which is obviously a big indicator that something big is going to go down. So lots of excitement around the fact that Becky is on the show. She's doing a segment, and that segment currently is scheduled to close this show. The other thing as well is, of course, tonight is going to be John Cena's final SmackDown. That kind of catching a lot of us by surprise, catching me by surprise. Really did not know that this was going to be Cena's final SmackDown. There'd been no kind of talk about that as we had kind of built our way towards this show. The talk had been about AJ. We hadn't really looked at the fact that this was going to be, or looked like it was going to be, John Cena's final SmackDown, but we've got that as well, right? So, and loads of other bits and bobs. In fact, of course, we can always start where we start, and that is by just jumping over, going over here to the WWE website, and you can see that we've got a little bit of a rundown. There's really not much on here, but SmackDown preview. John Cena makes his final Chicago appearance tonight. John Cena makes his final Chicago appearance tonight. Sami Zayn returns to SmackDown as the new United States champion, and Damian Priest collides with Aleister Black. So, yeah, we've got Damian Priest colliding with Aleister Black. That's been building up for quite a while. We've got Sami on the show, obviously coming off the back of his victory in Paris. John Cena making his final appearance, and everything is pointing towards AJ Lee returning to WWE for the first time in 10 years, and that is flipping huge. So, Kian, shout out to you. Kian said, all hail your Marvel King of the Tournament winner. It is true. On our members' sides, we've been doing this month-long quiz tournament, trying to find out, as we see people get eliminated, who is the king of the quizzes. And it is Kian that emerged victorious this week. So, Kian, congrats to you, my friends. Many congrats. I've not had chance yet to go through pictures. I know I need to sort the tag picture. I need to sort Kian's picture. I'm sure you understand. Today is AJ Lee Day, and I've been very dialed into that today. So we'll get that sorted, though. We'll get that sorted for Monday. No dramas. So yes, Kian, shout out to you. Right, Brony said, definitely this is the most excited I've been for SmackDown this whole year. This show could be one of the biggest SmackDowns of all time if it's booked right. Yes, agreed. Agreed. I mean, we can talk about AJ moments, what makes her so special. I think that would be a nice conversation to have. We can talk, obviously, about the show, future feuds. We can talk about the news and bits and bobs that have kind of been coming through. There's loads of conversations that we can have, but the bottom line is tonight is really shaping up to be something special. Tonight is really shaping up to be one of those shows that we kind of look back on at the end of the year and go, that was a big moment. That was a big talking point. Much like when John turned heel. Regardless of what you thought about the heel run afterwards, that was a big moment. That was a big show. It remains a big moment. It remains a big show. And I think tonight we should get another one that's going to join alongside that. I don't think there's too many in that bracket, but tonight hopefully we'll join that. Mohammed said, can't handle Sami pinning Cena. I hope that AJ is there, but that mixed match will not be the best match of the night because of AJ and Becky. Brock has not shown up for a month, says Mohammed. There's a lot to dissect with all of that. Brock is rumored to be around tonight. I don't care about Brock, honestly. I mean, Brock doesn't really do much for me in 2025. I'm really focused on the kind of next generation now. I think I don't know how long Brock's going to be around for. I don't know after this Cena feud or match, kind of if we see him again in 2025, he might go away again. It could be that he comes in, does this Cena thing, and then goes away until the Rumble. Part of it might depend on how the crowd react to him. We've seen people get negative reactions, really bad reactions, and then they pull the plug, right? Brock's obviously a very unique situation because he's one of the highest paid, one of the most well-known superstars, one of the most marketable superstars in the world. So, I mean, I don't know that we've been in this situation before. So I think with the Brock stuff, I am very interested in a kind of case study way, if you will. So for me personally, I'm not engaged with Brock. I'm not engaged with his character or his story, but I am very interested in seeing how others react and what happens. And I think that there could be a bit of learning that kind of comes out of it. So I will be interested in that regard. So yeah, Brock Lesnar apparently scheduled to be in Chicago this week, but we don't know if that meant he was going to be on this show or not. Ian, hello. Shout out to you, bud. Said Daze, you are the new king of scoop. Thanks. Arrive, get the scoop, leave. Doing God's work, my friends. Ian, thank you, buds. Yeah, I didn't want the pressure of having to keep getting scoops because, to be honest, that's not really pressure on me. That's pressure on my source. I've got a really reliable source at WWE. It's come through for me 100% so far. Well, we think. And so I don't want them really having that pressure. So I think it's unfair for me to keep like going back to them, going, what do you know? What do you know? You know, so I thought it best to retire whilst I was on top. So yes, lots of wonderful memories. You know, it was a hell of a run, and a lot of people are saying that I am one of the greatest to ever do it, but I don't know. That's for you lot to decide, to be honest. But yeah, I just didn't want to wear my source out. Yeah, I didn't want them to feel the pressure, so I have quit whilst I'm ahead. So but you know, I mean, we do great watch-alongs as well, so it's when you turn your hand to something and you're just good at it, and you're just good at everything, like, it's so difficult. It's really hard being me, actually. It's a real challenge. So Ian, shout out to you, my friend. Aaron said John Cena's last Smackdown is AJ Lee's return. This should be great. I wonder if I bet they don't. It'd be great if there was a backstage moment. I would love to see some on Unreal or you know, some behind the scenes footage of even just a hug or a handshake. You know, you think about the fact that they had that kind of little relationship on camera, and they were kind of, you know, around each other's orbit back in the day. I mean, it is kind of really fun to see John Cena walking away just as AJ Lee returns. It's a lovely passing, a lovely ships in the night type moment, which I don't think they'll get TV time together, of course, but maybe they can have a little backstage moment, yeah. Chris said, can you tell me who makes cute animal pictures? Can I tell you who makes cute animal pictures? I'm sorry, do I look like Google or something? Can I tell... How's that wrestling related? I mean, I did say we could talk about anything, I suppose, so this is on me. I have to take some responsibility for being in this situation, I suppose. Fine, let's have a look, shall we? Cute animal pictures. Who thinks? Bear with me. Professional. Right. Brad Wilson. So here, look, incredible studio portraits of wild animals by Brad Wilson. This is on Board Panda. So wildlife photography is associated with capturing animals in their natural habitat, but photographer Brad Wilson brings a new perspective to this. His series, called Affinity, exhibit close-up portraits of various wild animals taken in the studio. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Checks out Brad Wilson. Next. Vikings Wolf said, if we get AJ Lee back, what's a dream match that you would like to see? And what event would you like to see it, said Vikings Wolf. Vikings Wolf, shout out to you. Honestly, the more that time has gone by, the more I just cannot shake AJ Lee against Liv Morgan, right? And the reason why is because, for me, AJ Lee's greatest strength, her biggest strength is her character work. So a lot of people will say about AJ Lee, oh, you know, her matches weren't that great. She's not that great. Nana, right? Wrestling is about characters that have issues and they resolve those issues with wrestling, right? Wrestling is one part of pro wrestling. You can argue that it is the main part. You can argue that. I actually don't know if that's true. Not in WWE, right? Because I think that if you look at someone like The Undertaker and ask people why they love The Undertaker, like, they will talk to you about the darkness. They will talk to you about the entrance, the gongs. They'll talk to you about the streak. They'll talk to you about Paul Bearer. They'll talk to you about coffin matches. They'll talk to you about buried alive matches. They'll talk to you about, like, the eerie promos he did, or all this kind of stuff. I don't know at what point they talk about his matches necessarily, right? Obviously, he had great matches. It is a massive part of being a professional wrestler is the matches, but I don't know that it's the biggest part, right? So the character, the presentation, I think we can agree that that is important, maybe as important, maybe more important. Up to you to decide, right? Up to you to decide. I think she had one of the best characters, and she is one of the best character actors. She is Hollywood actress level when it comes to telling a story. She is incredible. You give that woman a microphone, give her just even somewhat remotely juicy to get her teeth into, and she is delivering it with such authenticity. Like, the way that she's, like, delivering the lines, her mannerisms, her body language. You've got to give her something good to get her teeth into, right? If it's just she's the champ and a challenger steps up, there's not really too much to work with. You're only going to get so much out of that. But, I mean, do you guys remember when she did the Big E secret admirer angle, right? So that's when Caitlyn had been getting these letters about, like, I really like you, I'm a secret admirer. And Caitlyn, like, was not interested at first, but started getting more interest, started getting flowers and stuff like this. And it built to the point where we found out who the secret admirer was. And the person came down to the ring, and it was Big E. Big E was the secret admirer. So Big E gets in, he's like, I can't hide my feelings anymore. I love you and all this kind of stuff. I've just got these feelings. Right, she starts, like, going with it, falling for him, like, oh my God, she's being swept off her feet. And then I think he just pushes her over or something like this, right? And then AJ's music hits. She comes skipping down and she's like, don't you feel stupid now, right? Look at you. Pathetic. And she was just going off on Caitlyn because it was actually AJ that had been the one that had been behind this. And she'd done it to reel Caitlyn in just to break her heart, right? The creative that AJ had to play with at times was really, really good. Was really, really good, right? So I think in regards to character work, I think she is absolutely one of the best we've ever seen. When it comes to like contract signings, when it comes to being in relationships with wrestlers, betraying them, like the Daniel Bryan wedding and things along those lines, right? Or her like meltdowns where she's like screaming her head off because she's been ditched, and then like you can see in her eyes she's already plotting the revenge. You know, she was unhinged, she was effortlessly watchable. I mean, she is just a giant, an absolute giant when it comes to that sort of work. And honestly, you don't see that many people that are that good at character work. I mean, I would say she's one of the best. I mean, look at what Toni Storm is doing right now with Timeless. I think that that's absolutely amazing. I think the character work there is absolutely incredible. And I think that AJ was doing something not similar to Timeless, but something that was as dedicated to a character, that sort of crazy, unhinged chick. She was doing that going back to like 2012, 2013. And so she's not the best in ring, right? But then she didn't have great talent to really work with. So how does she look when she's in there with an Io Sky? How does she look when she's in there with the Roxanne? I have no idea. The only thing I do know is that they all love her and they are going to make her look amazing. And she can certainly bring a lot to the party herself. Obviously, 10 years in activity is going to be a concern, but when AJ Lee's career is totally done, I would not be shocked if we look back and some of her best matches, maybe number 1, maybe number 2, maybe number 3, maybe number 4, came out of this run. Because I think that she has had time to grow. She has had time, obviously, to reflect. She's had time to speak to the fans, know what they enjoyed. The women's division has not only caught her up, it's now surpassed her, right? I think what Io's doing is obviously beyond what we were seeing from AJ Lee. I think what Roxanne is doing, what Stephanie can do, what Julia can do, what Becky is doing, that's beyond what we were seeing the women doing in 2012, 2013. The question is, can AJ just kind of match that level? She didn't have to before. She didn't have to. The level was quite low, right? And it wasn't the women. Like, the women could have done it. It's just WWE was not engaged the way that it is now. I mean, we have been through a very meaningful women's evolution revolution, yeah? We went through a very meaningful women's evolution revolution. That meant something, and it changed things. So it's not unfair to say that it was different before we went through that, okay? So AJ Lee coming back, I think her in-ring is going to be the best it's ever been, right? Get rid of the ring rust, get rid of the inactivity, get her into a groove. Give her, 6 months, right? Because I would say, look at Cena. Cena this year, bit ropey at the start. And then we started to get about halfway in the year, and it started to actually, get a lot better. And I think SummerSlam was his best match. And then there's been a lot of praise for the Logan match as well, right? So, you go back to some of those Cena matches earlier this year, not brilliant. His match with Randy, not brilliant. His match at WrestleMania, really not brilliant. I mean, if you look at him Cody at Mania, compare it to him Cody at SummerSlam, there's clearly inactivity and ring rust, and there's clearly things that need to be kind of worked through. AJ is going to be the same. I hope that people have the patience with her, because I think fast forward 6 months, I think get to the start of 2026, get to the start of WrestleMania season, I think we could be somewhere really exciting. So Liv Morgan, to me, did some fantastic character work. She's kind of really stepped into her own recently. Since she turned heel, she's kind of gone to a whole new level. Again, maybe not the best in ring, but when it comes to like being that conniving, cunning, I'm going to take Dominic away from you. I'm going to take Judgment Day away from you. I'm going to take your title away from you. This is the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. And she succeeded on all 3 fronts, didn't she? That is actually very AJ Lee. That is very AJ Lee. There are very clear signs and shades of AJ Lee in Liv Morgan. So I think for me, I would love to see a really good WrestleMania build where there's all these like twists and turns and they're trying to get to each other. They're trying to cause each other humiliation in some way or another. Maybe some things happening at home, maybe some things happening in the locker room. I don't know, right? Do you remember like when Seth opened up his Money in the Bank and the green goo came shooting out? You know, maybe we could do things similar to that as we kind of like head towards WrestleMania and we do AJ Lee, Liv Morgan, and something at stake. Might not be a belt. It might be loser leaves, like, you know, perhaps Adam Pearce can't cope with them both being on his brand. So loser has to leave the brand or something along those lines. Or, you know, we've already kind of done a bit of a match where Dom was kind of in the middle. I don't know that we would do that, but something along those lines. I think Liv Morgan with her character work, AJ with hers, you could have a feud just as good as AJ Caitlyn. AJ Caitlyn was kind of along those lines, but that was more AJ just doing it to Caitlyn, really. So yeah, that's a good question. That really like that, Vikings Wolf. Chris said, someone in the community. Well, I don't know, Chris, that Brad Wilson, I call him Brian, is not in the community, do I? He might be a community member. This is a pretty big community. So I can't say for certain that he is not. He might be. So, Brad, if you are watching, Chris is hoping to get a really good, cute animal picture. Yeah. If Brad's not around, then I don't know if anyone else can help Chris. Chris said, we're going to get our image for the tag team thing for tomorrow. Okay, no problem. Aaron said, shout out to all wearing normal clothes. Yes. I was so angry. I found the one that's got a man on a horse with a sword, and he's going to mess everyone up because I'm so annoyed at having to wear normal clothes. Although, maybe I might change when the show starts. Don't know. We'll have to see. Robert said, AJ tonight, Hogan cartoon tomorrow, hashtag excited. Yeah, if you've not heard the news, Hogan's Rock and Wrestling is going to be making its way to the Vault. It's going to be making its way over there. And yeah, I agree with you. That is really exciting. I'm excited about that because I love that cartoon. And I think I've seen every episode. It was on the network for a very short time, and then for some reason they took it off. I think they might have took it off because of Hogan's controversy. So Hogan, obviously, the leaked footage came out 2015. The network started, I think, in America at the end of 2013. For us in the UK, it was 2014. So I think it might be a case that the cartoon went up onto the network and then was taken down during the whole controversy. Bottom line is, from that point, it was not on the network. So the fact that it's now returning is really, really cool. A lot of you will have memories of watching that cartoon on TV. I didn't, unfortunately. It's one of those that I had to kind of find in later years. And I did watch, I mean, this is why I'm saying I think I saw all of it, because I have seen it, sat down and watched it, and I'm sure that was on network. But either way, 4 episodes get uploaded, I think, every week now on WWE Vault. And yeah, really cool. And I love the fact they're uploading them on a Saturday morning, just like back in the day where it was like a Saturday morning cartoon, if you will. I really like that. I think that's really, really cool. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm totally with you, but I'm excited as well. Right. Let's go back over here. Ryan said, Daze, when AJ comes back, will we see her attack Becky tonight? Will CM Punk come out with her? Let's light it up. I don't think Punk should come out with her, no. The reason why I don't think Punk should come out with her is because I don't think it really makes a great deal of sense them two coming out to her music. I think she deserves this moment, this spotlight on her own. I would imagine Punk will be in the ring. I would imagine that Punk, Seth, and everyone will be waiting for her in the ring. I mean, the way I could see it going is that Becky talks. I'd imagine that Punk comes out. I'd imagine that Seth comes down. And then, you know, we get to the point where, you know, we're going nowhere here. I want you. I want you. I will see you both at Wrestle Palooza. They then probably laugh going, what, on your own? And he's like, who said I'd be on my own? Or something along those lines. I've got someone that can light it up. He doesn't even need to say that, does he? Because, I mean, just bring her out. Just have the music do the work. But I wouldn't have like Punk and her come walking out together personally. I think this spotlight should totally just be on her and have her come walking down to the ring. Plus also, you got to think like nerves are going to be serious, aren't they? I mean, the whole wrestling world is watching tonight. The whole wrestling world is tuning in to see, is she back tonight? Of course, the belief is she is. The belief very firmly is, yes, it is happening tonight. I mean, if it doesn't, we'll all be stunned. If it doesn't, like, we'll all be shocked. I still believe she's going to be at Wrestle Palooza. That wouldn't change. But it's just, are they going to just say her name and that's it? I can't see that. I can't see that. I can't see them just saying her name tonight and that's it. That would be pretty crazy if that's what happens. So, yeah, no, I think they do bring her back. I think they do bring her back tonight. And as I said, there's a few different ways you can do it. But apparently Becky's segment is at the end of the show. Off the Post said, where does AJ rank amongst women's wrestlers? Depends how you're ranking them, honestly. Again, I don't say that she's the greatest in-ring talent, but I think it's a real shame if that's all you're looking at. Because I think, like, you know, if you look at Undertaker and just judge him by only his in-ring talent, I think you are missing what The Undertaker was completely. You know, you can talk about Undertaker's great matches with Shawn and Triple H, and you can talk about his Hell in a Cell match with Mick Foley, but are you actually looking at what The Undertaker actually was? I mean, The Undertaker's the greatest gimmick of all time. The Undertaker is one of the biggest superstars of all time, and his in-ring work is only a percentage. It's a big percentage, don't get me wrong. I mean, it could be 35%, right? But we know that his entrance and his aura and his promo style and all of that played a massive, massive part as well, yeah? So I think with AJ Lee, when I see people online kind of talking or like playing down, like, I don't know why people are so excited. She wasn't that good in the ring. It's like, mate, come on. What? I mean, some people maybe do just watch for that. I mean, maybe there's some people that is it. That's all they're interested in. They skip through promos. They skip through the entrances. They literally just go bell to bell, and then they fast forward again and go bell to bell on the next match. And that is wrestling for them. And you know what? If it is, fair play, but I think you're really missing out. So for me, I've got AJ Lee really right up there if I look at the overall package, because her match quality was not bad. She was not having stinkers at all. She actually has some really good matches with Nikki Bella. She has a really, really good match with Caitlyn. She was involved in some decent championship matches. Do you know, there's even a match I have not watched that I've heard is really good from AJ Lee, and I've never seen it. And the reason why I've never seen it is because it was on Main Event. So back in the day, Main Event was quite a big deal briefly when they started the network, because there wasn't really too much wrestling on the network that hadn't been seen before. A lot of the stuff that was on the network was Raw, SmackDown, but it had already aired years ago, right? Or it might be old PLEs that's aired years ago. Or maybe they did Edge and Christian, totally reeks of awesomeness. Or maybe they did Legends House. But I think even Legends House had aired previous. So original content was really important for the network. And so one of the things that was original was Main Event. So Main Event, you know, the show they do now, and I've got no idea where you watch it. It's an absolutely nothing show where, you know, if you're on Main Event, you're probably pretty gutted about it because no one's going to watch your match, right? I couldn't even tell you who's been on main event. The only time I ever find out is if someone sends me pictures that were actually at the shows and they go, oh, this was what was on main event. Like, this is the match that they filmed, because I never watch main event. But back when the network started, it was a little bit different because original content was so important. And apparently, there was a Women's Divas Championship match that happened on main event. Going back, I want to say 2013, end of 2013-ish. And it was AJ Lee against Natalya. And apparently it's like a really great match, which I could totally believe, because I think AJ is able to kind of level up against whoever she's fighting. You know, if she's having to fight someone that's pretty low level, there's not loads that she can really do to improve that match. But if she's going to be in there against a young Natalya, then yeah, I could totally see that match being like a banger. So as like the weeks gone by, people have been talking about their favorite moments. I saw a few talk about that match, and I was like, I have legit never seen that. I have never seen that match. I have never seen AJ Lee versus Natalya on main event. So that's one I would actually like to try and seek out. That's potentially a little hidden gem. I don't know how good it is. It might just be good by main event standards. I don't know that it's like a 5-star or anything like this, but it might be a 4-star or something like that. So yeah, it's a myth to say that she's never had any good matches. She absolutely has. But again, if that's all your focus is going to be, I think you're really missing out. Character-wise, I put her up there as being top 3. I mean, I think she really is one of the greatest kind of actors, performers that we've had, if you give her something to get her teeth into. And yeah, I'm really excited. I think having people that have got that ability on the roster is obviously very exciting, because not everyone can sort of do that. It is a skill in its own right. Demo said Seth, Becky, AJ Punk, Wrestle Palooza. That is the rumor, my friend. Yes. Half the post said, is she Hall of Fame in waiting? 100%. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years because she's been on the out with WWE. 100% Hall of Fame waiting. I mean, I don't think Punk's in Hall of Fame, is he? That was 10 years that he was away. So I don't think anyone would say Punk's not Hall of Fame worthy. AJ Lee, 1000% Hall of Fame worthy. A 3-time Divas champion. Arguably, well, I don't even think it's arguably, the face of the kind of 2013, 2014 era of women's wrestling, right? Maybe even 2012, but I think more 2013, 2014. The face of the women's wrestling, right? I mean, she was at one point the longest reigning Divas champion. I believe that did get surpassed by Nikki Bella, only by a few days. But actually, if you add AJ Lee's 3 reigns together, I think she was the longest reigning combined. AJ Lee was the longest reigning Divas champion if you combine her 3 reigns together. And she did have the longest outright reign until it got beaten. And I think the reason it was beaten, or maybe, I can't say for certain, but was because there was a bit of falling out when she left. And so they probably didn't want her to have that records. So, they just allowed Nikki. Because when Nikki beat it, she only just beat it. I think it was like 295 days to 301. I mean, it was like a week. And that was it. Then she lost the belt. So, yeah, I mean, 3-time Divas champion. As we said, face of the women's division for a few years. One of the most entertaining women I think we've ever had. The only kind of black mark against her name really is that her run is short. But if you think about it, there's quite a few runs that are relatively short. There's quite a few people that weren't in for like years and years and years and years. I mean, look at someone like Kurt Angle. I mean, he didn't do 15 years. I mean, even Stone Cold, wasn't around for like 10 years for a run. So, I mean, there's people that came in and had like 5 years, 6 years. I think she was on NXT 2010. And she was out by 2015, kind of April of 2015. So we're probably looking about 4.5 years for AJ. It is short. It is short. That would be a black mark against the name. But, well, she's going to add to it now. But that would not be enough to stop her going in the Hall of Fame. Not if you think she's combined the longest reigning Divas champion, 3-time Divas champion, competed at WrestleMania, one of the best female character actors that we've ever had. If AJ Lee doesn't get into the Hall of Fame, you are going to have to exclude a hell of a lot of women, right? If that's where the bar is too high for AJ Lee. I don't know what your women's contribution's going to look like. It's going to be Becky and Charlotte and people like that. Trish. But there ain't a long list of people that I would put ahead of AJ Lee. Steven said, imagine your source got confused and it's actually AJ Styles that comes out. Well, Steven, that would be okay, actually. I would be all right with that as long as he was still wearing what AJ Lee wears. If he comes out in like AJ Lee merch, then I will be okay with that. Well, I'll also be fuming because I tried to get AJ Lee merch and they sent me a response. I don't know if you saw. They sent me a response and then they flipping deleted it. Right? So as a consumer, as a customer WWE, yeah, you sent me a response that like kind of upset a few people, right? And then you deleted it. And I didn't get an alternative response. So I still don't know what the situation is. I am hoping that as soon as she returns, I'm hoping that we actually get a shirt drop. I'm hoping she comes out in a shirt and it is immediately available, because I would hope to... I don't know how long it would take for it to arrive. I would order it tonight. I mean, as long as it's, wearable. I've got to think about, would I wear it out? Maybe it doesn't matter for this one. Perhaps you just buy it and wear it on stream. But, yeah, I definitely do want an AJ Lee shirt. It's kind of become a bigger deal now, hasn't it? So, I am interested. Right, Mohammed said, thought you would come in with some AJ merch. There isn't any. Please wear a shirt and a wig. It's a 2-hour show. There ain't none, unfortunately. I looked on WWE Shop. They didn't have anything. And then when I looked at... Because I wanted one. But because this is all broken over the last week, I mean, if you think about it, before Clash in Paris, which was last Sunday... no one was talking about AJ Lee coming back. It was only when the mystery person turned out to not be Austin Theory or Tony D'Angelo or Karrion Kross returning, right? It was only when it turned out to be Becky and Becky low blowed. That's when people started going, oh my God, is this going to lead to AJ Lee, right? And after Clash in Paris, I was like, I'm not going to get carried away. I mean, that didn't last long. I'm not going to get carried away. I'm not going to get overly excited. I don't want to get my hopes up and all this kind of stuff, right? And so I was saying all of that. And then, obviously, on Monday, Becky started slapping the taste out of CM Punk. And then Punk was like, where's SmackDown on Friday? Chicago. And he was like, okay. Interesting, yeah. No, he didn't. What did he say? He said something that had potentially Mendez in it. Tremendous. Now, what you couldn't make out is if he says tremendous or tremendez. The word tremendous. Couldn't make out which one he said. But there was a couple of thoughts online that people had that he might have said Tremendez, which is her real name. Which I thought, I don't know that he did. That's a real out there kind of conspiracy theory. I don't worry about things like that. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was fun, but I didn't really pay that much attention. But then, we fast forward and, the kind of news has come out that, yes, it looks like AJ is going to be in that match. The dirt sheets reported that it is going to be that mixed tag match at Wrestle Palooza. Then, of course, the WWE Shop thing, and here we are. So, and now we're hearing that Becky's segment is going to be last. So, I tried to look for a shirt, could not find anything. There were fake shirts, like, you know, ones that people make themselves for AJ, but they wouldn't have arrived in time. I think the delivery time on that was like the 8th to the 10th of September. This is the 5th. So there was, unless I kind of went to a t-shirt printing place myself, and I don't have one nearby, there was no way of getting anything in time, yeah. Hence why, out of frustration, I sent that tweet in the first place. Now, that was the whole reason why I sent that tweet, was because I was frustrated, and I was like, oh my God, I just want an AJ Lee shirt for when she flipping comes back on Friday. I don't think that's too much to ask. So that's why I sent the tweet in the first place. It was tongue-in-cheek. It was a joke tweet. I didn't expect it to do anything. I just thought the community will find it humorous. The fact that I've reached out to WWE desperately trying to get an AJ. Little did I know that the response would come back that came back, of course, you know. So... Command and Console said, I'm very new to the channel, but I do enjoy the videos. I've seen some of the audience reaction highlights, like the Lesnar return. Command and Console, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I don't worry about those. I don't really focus on those, to be honest. The only reason that I put reaction clips out, and this is the God's honest truth, right? And I know there's people out there that think different, right? They will think I'm probably lying. They can think what they want, right? All I can do is tell you the truth, right? The reason I put them out is because I just want people to know that we do streams. That's it. I just want people to know that we exist and that we do live watch-alongs and we do these streams, right? And a really good way of kind of getting people to see, just get a glimpse of what we do and the kind of conversations we have and the fun we have or try to have is those reaction things, right? If WWE ever use those, they never tell you. Never tell you. They did used to back in the day. I remember going back probably before the pandemic, right? There was a couple of clips they used of mine on Smackdown, I want to say 2018, 2019, something like that. And they sent me an email just saying, hey, love this clip. We'd love to use it on the show. Can we just get clearance? And I was like, oh, wow, yes, fantastic. Thank you so much. Blah, blah, blah. Right. You don't get paid for it. There's no agreement or arrangement. They literally just do that, right? Send you an email. Now, they don't even send you the email, right? You don't even get an email. Since the pandemic, I find out if they've used a reaction clip at the exact same moment that you lot find out when it gets shown on TV. But I do not put them up for that reason. I do not give a flip about them using them. If they never used another one again, it would be absolutely fine. Because I put them up so that people know that we exist and that we're here and that we do this like for every Raw, every NXT, every SmackDown, every premium live event. And, you know, there's so many people that do watch-alongs now. It's grown so much. I mean, back in the day, there used to be just a handful of people that would do it. I mean, we started doing it 2018, and we've been doing it 7 years now. And back then, handful of people. I mean, there really was not many doing live watch-alongs. It's really, really grown a lot over the years. It feels like more and more people have got into doing it. And it's really congested. You could even say it's oversaturated now. I think it's a very crowded market. It's a very hard market to kind of like find a community in. I mean, trying to start now, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's certainly not. I wouldn't want to dissuade anyone. That's not what I'm trying to do. But it is harder now. I will hold my hands up and say it was a lot easier for me. A lot easier for me to find a community than it would be for someone to do it today. Because it's just so oversaturated. So just doing anything you can really to go, hello, people, we exist. We're over here. Hello. Like, that's it. That's it. That's all. I suppose in a way WWE do help with that, thinking about it. But there's not. So you see a lot of people go, oh man, I hate these people that do the reaction clips just to get on TV. It's like, that's not why we do it. Idiot. Welcome though, Command and Console. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I'm glad you found us. Bembo said, Daze, I think they're stacking this show tonight because of an NFL game tonight. It's live on YouTube and it starts at the exact same time. Well, yes, you could be correct. The other thing I would say, though, is that the ratings for SmackDown have been in the toilet. And the reason why they've been in the toilet is because they've been going live on Netflix earlier. So they go live in Netflix because of being in Europe for the past few weeks. We did, was it Ireland? Oh, I can't remember where SmackDown was. It was definitely Leon last week. And then the week before was maybe Ireland. Yeah, because I think people were saying you don't go here to Becky when we were in Dublin. So I think it was those two locations. So that meant that we were doing 2 streams. Do you remember the past couple of weeks? But the problem with that is a lot of our American friends were watching via VPNs or just getting clips and finding out the news that way and getting the results. I mean, look, it's one of those. If you hear, God, the show actually was all right. It wasn't really essential. Lots of nothing matches, but you need to watch this segment. If you seek out that segment, are you going to tune into USA Network later on to watch the show? Probably not. And actually, the ratings show us people don't. The ratings for SmackDown are normally, what, 1.5-ish? 1.5 million for USA Network. Last week, it did 1.1. About 300 to 400,000 people went, can't be bothered. And 1.1 is horrible. 1.1 is horrible. A reminder, when SmackDown was on Fox, it was doing 2.2. And that was, what, last year? And now it's doing 1.1. So we need to try and find a way of going, please watch. Now that we're not in Europe anymore, please come back and watch the show. So I think that is playing a part. I also think that Wrestle Palooza is playing a massive part as well, because Wrestle Palooza is obviously the first show on ESPN, and they really want people tuning into that, understandably, because they're trying to get $29.99 out of you, my American friends. They're like, give us your money, yeah? And a lot of you that have got ESPN, I think, have figured it out, worked out how to make it work so that you don't have to spend so much. I mean, there's bundles. I know there's people that are cancelling their Netflix because they can get a bundle that's giving them Netflix and ESPN. And there's all these kind of different configurations. It's very confusing. But I'm sure you have worked it out. I've not had many people going, I don't know what I'm doing, right? If you do struggle, I would say hit up our community, right? I mean, people in our community have been in that situation. We got a big percentage of you that are in America that can help each other out. I mean, it's all down to your personal situation, isn't it? Do you have ESPN already? If you don't, then have you got Netflix? Is there a bundle that can kind of work best for you? I believe there's a few bundle offers at the moment. It's hard for me because I'm not in America, so I feel like I can't give you the full picture. But yeah, listen, Wrestle Palooza, the first PLE on ESPN, that is definitely doing some lifting as well. They definitely are trying to stack the shows as we head to that. It's only, 15 days away? It's 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. So, I think next week is rumored to have Brock, is it? I think Brock's on for the next couple of weeks of SmackDown. So I think even the next few weeks are going to have like Brock Lesnar on. Cena, I think, is still around, but more on Raw than he is on SmackDown. And then, of course, God only knows what we're doing with AJ Lee, how often we'll be seeing her as we build towards this mixed tag match. So I think, tonight is very exciting, but it also marks the start of what I think is going to be a really good couple of weeks as we get to Wrestle Palooza. The concern would be, though, do things dip a bit after that? After that, once your first one's your big one, do things sort of dip down? I mean, you're still going to have AJ Lee around, I think. I don't know that she goes away. In fact, she definitely is going to stick around, is from what I've heard. She's definitely doing more than just this one match. So, oh, God, there's so much to, get your teeth into. I'm glad we started a little earlier. Off the post said, who's got the better legacy, Punk or Seth? I think Punk. I think that Seth is missing. Well, I suppose in a way they're both missing the WrestleMania Night 2. I know that Seth came running down and cashed in at WrestleMania 31, and kind of the show ended with him swinging the belt around in the air. He wasn't advertised going into that, though. That was the heist of the century. So for me, he hasn't got to the level where he's on the poster closing out the show. Night 2, I think, would be big for Seth. If he could be going in as champ or going in as challenger or something along those lines beyond the poster. But saying that, CM Punk doesn't have that. But what CM Punk does have is a lot of very, very iconic moments. I mean, he's got arguably one of the most iconic promos with the pipe bomb, which is just incredible. Of course, that moment with him leaving with the belt is incredible. Even the drama of him leaving WWE and going away and popping up in AEW and being away and the fans chanting his name and like wanting him to return. I think they both had great indie careers, but I think a lot of people would agree CM Punk's was more notorious. And so Punk coming in was just like this massive deal. He was a big star when he came into WWE because of what he had done in Ring of Honor and everything. And I know Seth had a degree of that, but I would say Punk was a bigger star, right? And then I think if I look at Punk, I can find some real periods of like him being lost. I mean, I think him as the Messiah is really him being lost. I think that whole period of him as the Messiah is just a waste of time. He kind of becomes the Messiah around 2019, 2020. I think the Shield is obviously amazing for Seth. I think that's brilliant. I think then he goes into being the kind of authority champion, which doesn't bring him much credibility, but it is really, really good for him and his legacy. Then, of course, you get Monday Night Rollins, which does bring him a lot of credibility. And then we sort of run out of steam and we end up going into Messiah. I think Messiah is just not a good period at all. That then, because he was the Monday Night Messiah, he went to SmackDown, and so he couldn't be the Monday Night Messiah anymore. So he had to sort of change. So they were kind of just going with Messiah for a bit, but he does become the visionary. He transitions into the visionary, and this has been going for quite a while now. And to be honest with you, I don't think this has been a good period. I think that if you look at the visionary, I mean, he does have a run with the World Heavyweight Championship, which is good for him to be the first World Heavyweight Champion. We know the current belt doesn't have the lineage of the old belt, so he's regarded as the first World Heavyweight Champion of the current belt. And that's good. Not the greatest run. I mean, he has some decent matches with Shinsuke, but by and large, it's not a memorable reign. And then you kind of, don't really do a great deal. A lot of people just getting frustrated with his entrance and his song. A lot of people really like, I'm so over this. And then it's only when we kind of start getting the Punk feuds and the Vision group that things start getting, him joining with Heyman, things start getting better. I don't think it's unfair to say, outside of a World Heavyweight Championship run, which was okay, I think there's about 5 years there for Seth, which you can just throw away. I think there's about 5 years that you could just get rid of, and I don't think it would really do much, because I think Shield, Architect, Monday Night Rollins, and what we've been doing with Punk have been the best parts for Seth. But if you compare that to CM Punk with, some of his feuds, and certainly that John Cena feuds, but also, him and Brock, him being with Heyman, the pipe bomb, the affection that he had. I mean, his run as well was a great run. That over 400-day WWE title run, the one that he ends up losing to The Rock just before WrestleMania, like, that is a great run. That was seen as like one of the great modern runs, one of the great championship reigns. So, like, I think for me, Punk is just ahead. I think he is just ahead. I do think Seth has got a hell of a resume, though. But that's not one where I'm like, oh, God, it's 50 fit. No, Punk. Punk for me. Punk. He's better on the microphone. He's a better promo. I think he's had better promos. I think that he is a bit more no-nonsense as Seth kind of tries. I think Punk just knows who he is, and Seth has tried on lots of different outfits to try and figure out who he is. Some have worked, some haven't. But I think Punk sort of knows who he is. And so for me, I would go Punk. But maybe many of you would go Seth. I mean, I certainly would think that it would be, I don't know. If I was to guess, I'd say 70-30. Punk would come out in a poll. Something along those lines. I think the majority would go Punk. Luke said, Wrestle Crate have got a free AJ Lee signed picture. Do they? Do they? That's a hell of an item. Do they really, Luke? What, this month? A free AJ Lee signed picture? Do they? Do you know, I was thinking, you know, when you go to shows, they have, like, signed pictures out for people to purchase, like, from the merch stand. They do a lot of coded, you know, the ones that you see John doing. And he looks at the camera as he's, like, signing this stack like that. I was thinking, I wonder if they'll get some AJ ones of those. Because I'd love one of those. I'd love an AJ one. Where, you know, it's like a nice sized print and she signs it. I mean, you can get them like on Topps cards, but obviously they cost a fair bit. I mean, it's actually a really good price, you know. Those 8x10s or whatever they are, you can, when I went to shows a few years ago, they were like £50, which is a fair bit of money, but really not unfair when you look at prices online. If you look at like how much Topps cards can go for, depending on the superstar, I mean, they can go, a little Topps card, authentic Topps card of Cody is going to go for a lot more than 50. And I'd imagine the same is true of AJ. So those kind of bigger prints with a nice big signature on for 50, actually a hell of a deal. A really good price. I've probably gone up now. Probably 70, 80 now, I'd imagine. But yeah, it's funny. I was only thinking about that the other day. I was like, damn, yeah, I'd like to try and get one of those. That is cool. I really do have a up there. I'm not just saying it. I'm not just trying to jump on a hype train. I mean, AJ Lee, unfortunately, is not someone we've ever had much chance to speak about because since this channel started, she has not been around. She left in 2015. We started this channel January 2016. So she went, I think, April in 2015. And we started the channel January 2016. We started our watch-alongs in, I want to say it was just after WrestleMania 2018. When I moved back here, I really tried to get, set up for that WrestleMania, and I couldn't figure it out. It's hard because when you do streaming, you've got to learn about OBS. You've got to learn about microphones, camera. I didn't have to do any of this before. Everything was done on my phone. When I was doing this channel, I got to 40,000 subscribers, and the only software or hardware I had was my phone. It was a Pixel. That was it. That got me to 40,000. I made my thumbnails on here. I recorded my videos on here. I edited my videos on here. I uploaded my videos on here. I ran my social media off here. I did not own a computer. Not even a laptop. Everything was done on a phone. So, I mean, I think you could still do that now. I think if you are someone that's been thinking of getting into YouTube and you're just a bit overwhelmed, I did my phone, got to 40,000 subscribers with my phone. And then it got to the point where I knew that in order to grow anymore, I was going to start to need to get a computer. I was going to start to need to have a bit more than just my phone, right? But you can easily make a mark with just your mobile phone. And actually, I still use my phone now as my camera when it comes to doing toy hunts or something. So if I do a toy hunt and I go to the shops, I'm walking around like that, doing that. So this is what's this? A Pixel 8, I think. They're up to Pixel 10 now, but this is a Pixel 8. You don't need a Pixel. I just always find their camera to be really good. So I just use Pixels. But Yeah, AJ Lee signed picture. Yeah, I can't wait, man. I hope they drop a whole load of merch. I want an AJ Lee mask. I want an AJ Lee fanny pack. I want an AJ Lee wig, nipple tassels. I want them all. I want everything, whatever they've got. Flipping put an AJ Lee shirt on Lily. I'll buy one of them. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Delwyn, thank you, my friend. Firing in a very kind super chat. Very, very kind. Let's see what Delwyn's thoughts are. Delwyn said, Daze, I wasn't expecting Becky to help Seth. Perfectly in Seth's faction now, but holy shiz. Tonight is going to be a fever dream. WWE is cooking with this Seth and Becky CM Punk AJ Lee tease. September 20th is about to be a massacre. It's going to kill AEW on Max. Darwin, shout out to you, my friends. So AEW have moved their show, haven't they? Which is wise, to be honest, for them to do that. They've gone earlier in the day, but to me that just shows that the AJ Lee effect is real. I don't know if that card was mid that they would move the show. I mean, actually, I heard on from Brian Alvarez. No, I didn't speak to him, but I just listened to Wrestling Observer Live. He was saying that there's been a lot of people that are upset that have bought tickets to the AEW show. They don't land until the day, Saturday. And their plan was to land. What are we going to do? So there's like people that really now are having to like look at their flights again. Can they move them? If they're going to move them, they might need to get the hotel for the night before. Like apparently there's people online that are like really upset with the fact that AEW have actually moved the show. So I don't know. Look, AEW are going to do what they think is right for them, of course. But yeah, I think the fact they did move it, I don't think that's any knock on them, you know? It's no knock on them that they've done that. But I think it does show that they are concerned about AJ Lee's return. I think it does show because they didn't have it moved until like this AJ Lee stuff kind of really kicked off. So maybe they spoke about it when Brock came back and they were like, oh, do we need to move it? But yeah, news only broke the other day that they have now moved it. It is going to be a start time of 3 p.m. instead. So, yeah, I mean, look, putting AEW to one side because, you know, that's kind of irrelevant. I agree with you. I think that they are cooking right now. It's only when you get a story like this, it's only when you get a moment like this that I think some people get to really see kind of how far away the shows have been in 2025. Sometimes we get accused of being a bit negative because, you know, we'll watch a show and we'll be like, well, that match didn't matter. There wasn't really much in the way of like a big talking point. There was little talking points, but there wasn't really much in the way of like a big talking point. And I know you can't do that for every show, but I think consistently throughout 2025, Raw, SmackDown has found itself lacking on a very, very regular basis. And, you know, it's so nice now where we can actually head into a show and be so excited for it legitimately because there is something absolutely monumental that's about to happen. You can't expect things like this on a regular basis. This is going to the extreme. But I do think there's quite a distance between where the shows have been, where we expect the show to be tonight. There's a big gap. Like, we could be a bit more here or here, you know? So, yes, for all those people that give normal episodes of Raw and SmackDown 10 out of 10 each week, I don't know what you're going to do tonight. I don't know what your scale is going to get broken, I think. That's why normally when we're giving normal shows 6s, 6.5, 7, like there is a reason as to why we're doing that, because we know they can pull a show out like this, and we haven't even seen this show yet. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Sami Zayn is going to be on the show. There's rumors about what's going to happen with his segment. I don't know if those rumors are going to be true. John Cena's final SmackDown. AJ Lee, of course, is expected. And also, they've been building Damian Aleister Black. I don't want to ignore that because I'm totally down for watching that. I think that could be a really, really fun match, actually. I think both guys, big. Obviously, Alistair trying to make a mark since returning. Damian trying to not get lost in the shuffle. You know, Damian was a pretty big player in Judgment Day, stepped out of Judgment Day, and I don't know that it's unfair to say has struggled. I mean, I feel like he has. I feel like there's a lot of other priorities other than Damian Priest. But I think they still like him, and I think this is a big opportunity for both of these guys. You've got to maximize your TV time when it comes along, so I really hope they put on a banger, actually. They need to. This is a big show. This match has had a bit of a decent build. It's been all right. We haven't done anything too wacky, but it's been all right. And we finally get the match tonight, so hopefully that's going to be a banger. Hopefully those two are just going to go at each other. It's got like Rusev, Sheamus banger type vibes to it. And as we said, a lot of other things to get excited about. So Delwyn, really appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. And Phantom67, shout out to you as well, but shout out to you. Whilst it's in my mind, we do have a Community Hall of Fame. So we like to try and recognize people that each month. Every month, you lot put a community member into our Hall of Fame. So if we go over, you can see here is the graphic. We never showed the graphic, actually. But this is everyone that's in our... We do it every month. We put someone else into our Hall of Fame. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I might have miscounted, but 21 is what I've got. People are in our Community Hall of Fame. These are people that stand out in the chat, that just make this a really fun place to be, just, kind of highlighting thoughts or having conversations, normally always around, really engaging, good takes or whatever it might be. Lots of reasons as to why people vote for these people, but these are the people that have gone into our Hall of Fame. Well, every month we put someone in. It's time to put someone else in. We've done the poll. I'm going to do it now because if I don't do it now, I will forget. I always keep forgetting. And if I don't do it when I remember, I will forget. So these are the people that are in. If we go over to our poll, which is hiding, but is here, we can see that Dormouse has done it for August. A big congratulations, though, to everyone that's nominated. You can see Nita Nitro in second place. Nita Nitro's going to go in. There's no doubt about this. It's just when. All right? It's just when. Nita Nitro keeps getting nominated, right? Keeps getting nominated and will go in eventually. To be honest, all 4 of these deserve it. And that's coming from me, right? I think all 4 deserve it. So Nita Nitro, J14 as well, has been with this channel for a long, long time, as has It's Kaz. All lovely people, wonderful people. You see them in the chat all the time. So big shout out to them. Out of all the thousands of people that join us across the week, to actually get down to the final 4 is such an achievement. So I hope those people are still proud. But congratulations to Dormouse. Dormouse, who has done so much for this community. Dormouse actually runs our Discords, and actually, along with Sunny, kind of does a lot of work over there. A lot of people won't know there's Discords. I think it's underutilized. It's something I can't commit to getting into, right? Because I'm the only one that does stuff around here on this channel. So my plate is pretty full. But I think for the community to talk amongst itself, for our members to interact and talk about how the members game has gone, or what are you going to do for a video next week, or whatever it might be. People talking, sharing thoughts, sharing theories whenever there's not a stream. I think the Discord is there, and Dormouse helps to run that. But not only that, the amount of gifted memberships that Dormouse has sent in the past as well means a lot of you have experienced the members side of this channel that just would not have experienced it. You know, we do 3 streams a week for the members. We do a members stream. We do a stream that kind of changes each week. Sometimes it's a game. Sometimes we send videos and watch videos of you guys talking about your collections. Sometimes we do other bits and bobs. Like, it's constantly changing. And we've also got like a game we do as well for the members. So, yeah, amazing. And much, much deserved. Many congratulations to Dormouse, but many congratulations to everyone that was part of that. Dort Knight said Hagen Daze, 1 free scoop, new flavor. Dort Knight, shout out to you. Talking of people that have been with the channel a long time, I can see Dort Knight has been a member for 41 months. It's longer than me. So yeah, Dort Knight, shout out to you, my friends. I got my scoop. It tasted pretty sweet. And then I left the parlor. I left the parlor so that others could get their scoops. The younger generation, yeah. I'm all scooped out. Off the Post said, who is the actual GOAT given the different eras? Who is the actual GOAT? Greatest of all time? It's a brilliant question. And it's a brilliant question, and it's one that I could go so in depth with, but I don't actually want to be boring people too much because I think the different eras are very, very difficult to compare. And I think that as a result, actually trying to establish who the greatest of all time was is close to impossible. The reason why I say that is because one of the wrestlers that actually drew some of the biggest crowds of all time is a wrestler many of you won't have heard of. It's a wrestler that was around in like the 30s and was just drawing monster crowds. One of the biggest crowds of all time was drawn by this person. And it's really weird. If you go down the biggest attendances of all time, you've got WrestleMania, Collision in Korea at the very top. But then hidden in there, you've got like this 1930s match featuring Jim Londos. And Jim Londos is one of the... I think I read Dave Meltzer years ago say that there might not have been anyone that sold as many tickets as Jim Londos in the history of wrestling. Like, he was so over. He was so popular. And the other thing you've got to remember is that this was like before TV. TV was kind of a post-war thing. And like before World War II was radio, after World War II was TV. And so Jim Londos is someone that you had to buy a ticket to go and see. The idea that wrestling only started when WrestleMania started is so far from the truth. It's incredible, right? I mean, some monster crowds throughout the history of wrestling. WrestleMania and Vince and WWE are just a part of that story. They're not the story. They're a part of the story. They're a big part of the story. But there is wrestling before WrestleMania, before 1985, right? So you could look at even before that, and you could go someone like Ed Strangler Lewis, because Ed Strangler Lewis was an NWA champion. He was dominant. He drew big crowds. But not only that, he also trained the next potential GOAT and GOATs. Like, he was an amazing trainer as well. And, you know, one of my go-to answers would be Lou Thez, because Lou Thez, throughout the 40s and the 50s, going into the 60s, I think he competed like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. I'm sure he's still having matches in the 80s. You know, one of the, if not the longest reigning NWA champions of all time. And when you say that, it's just words. People don't think about it, but he was going around traveling all the time, going from town to town to town and putting on matches. And the great thing about Thez, if anyone wanted to try and just get that belt from him, right? Like, try and cheat him. Not a chance. One of the best shooters. You was not getting a win over Thez. Like the NWA back in the day was a group of territories, and the champ would go around, right? But of course, sometimes some of the promoters would be like, let's beat him for real, and we can have the champ. And so some of the promoters wanted to actually beat the NWA champ for real and get the title. You weren't doing that against Luthez. Luthez protected himself, like knew how to work. If things got real, he was, it'd be like trying to shoot on Kurt Angle or trying to shoot on Brock Lesnar. Do you know what I mean? And Luthez was so highly regarded, the NWA kept the belt on him for years and years and years and years and years. And he was trained by Ed Strangler Lewis, who was a GOAT potential in his own right from the 1930s. And you got Jim Londis in there. And you could mention Gorgeous George, because when TV comes along, Gorgeous George is like one of the biggest stars. I mean, Gorgeous George did more for selling TVs in America in the early days as pretty much anyone else did. People wanted to watch Gorgeous George on TV. So the impact of Gorgeous George is huge. As you get more into the modern age, people are going to talk Ric Flair. They're going to talk Hogan. They're going to talk Stone Cold. People are going to talk these names because these are the only names they know. You can only talk about the names you know. You can't talk about the names you don't know. And that is a problem with the GOAT conversation. The real GOAT might be someone from the flipping 1600s that I don't know. My knowledge only goes back to the late 1800s with Farmer Burns, who trained Frank Gotch, who had matches, in America against the likes of George Hackenschmidt in the early 1900s. So my knowledge extends to that. And then, as we said, following that, going into Tom Jenkins, going into Ed Strangler Lewis, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But in the 1980s, you got Ric Flair, you got Hulk Hogan. In the 90s, you've got Stone Cold, you got The Rock, Hogan around, of course, still. Going into the 2000s, you've got John Cena. Going into the modern era, you got Roman Reigns. I feel like the GOAT is going to be one of those, but how do you compare what Luthez was doing to Roman Reigns? They're the same sport, but very different, because kayfabe was alive and well when Luthez was champ. So he wasn't doing flashy moves, because the truth is a lot of flashy moves look stupid. A lot of people from that era would watch wrestling now and would laugh at it, because there's a lot of moves now that are like, this isn't even fighting. They're not even trying to hurt each other. What are they doing? Like, he's not even trying to win this. He's doing flips for what? Why is he doing this? There's a lot of stuff in modern wrestling that is just not wrestling. It's just there for show. And as a result, I think a lot of people that see this as a sport from the olden days, they would not look at the modern product and think it was that impressive. They would not watch it and think that it was even wrestling at times. This is where a throwback like Gunther comes into his own. But, other people that are coming in doing stuff, some of the shots, some of the striking that you see in the modern stuff is pretty woeful. A lot of like the extra flips for the sake of it. I mean, we've said before, if you're going to do a flip, it's fine. But that final connection, yeah? The whole point of doing a flip is obviously to show off, but also it should be to make the move you was going to do look good as well, right? Otherwise, just do a splash. If you want to do a frog splash, do a frog splash. If you're going to do all these spins in the air and then frog splash, that splash better look good. And there's too many people these days that focus on the rotating and the flips, and they don't care so much about the splash at the end. They don't care so much about the landing. They don't care so much about that part. And that is obviously where wrestling can kind of let itself down. People focusing on the wrong things. They're more focused on the gymnastics than the actual connection. And it's the connection that's the most important thing. I'd rather see someone do no flip and just a really great splash that really connects than I would watch someone rotate in the air 7 times and then the actual connection, they kind of hit their legs first and sort of flop onto their opponent. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, that doesn't look anywhere near as good. So everyone's got their own tastes, and I'm certainly not someone that's down on the gymnastics. I know it might sound like it, but I'm not. I am down on bad gymnastics. I am down on bad flips. I don't mind flips as long as the connection at the end is good. I really love Javon Evans, for example. Javon Evans does lots of springboard stuff, rotating, but his connections always look good. That final blow always looks good. I love Javon Evans. I think he does brilliant work. So I'm not down on it, but I think there's people out there that focus on the gymnastics and don't focus on that final connection as much. So how do you compare? You've got people doing showmanship now for the sake of showmanship that old wrestling fans would look at and go, what the hell's this? And then you can take modern wrestling fans, show them the old stuff where there isn't the razzmatazz. It's two people trying to outmaneuver each other, two people trying to win a proper sporting contest, or at least make it look that way. And the modern wrestling fans are like, this is boring. This is dull. I'm bored. And it's just like, it's the same sport, but presented so differently that it's just so difficult to say who's the GOAT. It's easier to say who was the GOAT in each era. That's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to go, well, this is the GOAT of the 20s, that's the GOAT of the 30s. But to say who the overall GOAT is, you're going to have to find a way of, I don't know, leveling the playing field, and I'm not sure how you do that. I mean, I think Ed Strangler Lewis, I think Luthez, I think you could give Bruno his flowers, Sammartino, of course, Ric Flair, Hogan for his reach. I don't think you're giving Hogan his flowers for his in-ring work so much, but he did good stuff in Japan. But yeah, a lot of people would point to Flair. A lot of people from Impact would point to Stone Cold, but I think his run's too short. He has a big impact, definitely, but it's a short run. You don't get a big Stone Cold run. Not compared to some of the people that had been before, you know. And some people would point to John and what John achieved. I think, you know, John did a good job. John's, you know, kind of, his name gets mentioned. I don't know that he is the GOAT, but his name gets mentioned. So, yeah. That's the best answer I can give you, is that it's hard to compare each era. I did say I didn't want to go into that level of detail, but look, I did. Joe said, I need to get an invite to the Discords. Really? There should be a link in the description. If you click in the description, it should have a link that will take you to the Discords, and then like you can just enter from there. I got a link that never timed out, so I would hope that has not timed out. If it has, then I'll have to start putting new links in all the streams and everything. So I don't know. Hit up Sunny, hit up Dormouse. They might be able to kind of fix that or send that. If not, I'll try and do it over the weekend. Nita Nitro said, congrats to Dormouse. It is much deserved. Nita Nitro, shout out to you. Yeah, Nita, I've got to tell you, you got, I mean, it's either as many, if not more, nominations from the members. I just don't have any concerns that you will not be in another poll. So I have very little doubt your time is going to come. So I know that Nita's been in a few polls now. I know the wait continues, but we've seen this quite a few times, to be honest. Wasn't it Mitchell that was in a lot of polls last year? I think he'd been in like 7 in a row and just couldn't get that victory, and then eventually did. So yeah, this is actually a bit of a pattern that we see, where people keep getting nominated in polls, and you just have to wait a little while until it's your go. So I've no doubt that your turn is just round the corner, buds. Niall said, Daze, are we lighting it up tonight? Well, I am. I mean, even if she doesn't come back, which I'll be surprised if she doesn't, I'm going to light it up tonight anyway. I'm just going to act as if she has come back, because I won't be able to cope with the thought that she hasn't. I've now totally convinced myself it's happening, so... Yeah, you know, we were talking about short runs. She had a real short run in WWE, but her impact was, you know, huge, absolutely huge. I really enjoyed her work. I think it was a shame that when she went, because her feud with Paige was, it was the right feud, but I think slightly the wrong story. They had a good match at SummerSlam, but it was not the right sort of story, to be honest. They were kind of being like friends, but they weren't friends, and I don't know, it didn't really kind of hit. I just sort of feel like there was obviously a lot of drama going on with Punk leaving, and he ended up going. She stuck around, and she stuck around for as long as she could. I think he goes, doesn't he, early 2014. She ends up going 2015. Like, she really stuck around for as long as she could, but she just couldn't stick around any longer. And, she had a few injuries, and, she just decided to call it quits. I think Punk going really, massively hurt. And she ended up calling it quits. So she ends up going just after WrestleMania. But it's a shame, really, that Paige feud, which was notable and is a talking point in AJ's career, because that is the feud where the title changes hands. It's Paige that ends her first run. Then she wins it back from Paige. Then she loses it again. Then she gets it back again. Then she loses it. Like, she has it 3 times in a relatively short period of time, AJ. Relatively short period of time. So, and then the other frustrating thing is, not only does she end up going after a notable Paige feud, but a Paige feud that I think could have been better and was not of the level of, say, the Caitlyn feud. But also she goes, I want to say April, and I think it's about July that we call up Becky, Charlotte, Sasha, and we do the women's revolution. Really, we start to focus on women's wrestling. We start to do all of that just a few months after AJ has gone. I don't think it's connected. I don't think it was a finger up to AJ. Actually, it came out of an online movement where there was a whole Divas Revolution hashtag, Women's Evolution hashtag, that the fans were demanding that WWE take women's wrestling more seriously. And as a result of that, they called up 3 of the best from NXT, Charlotte, Sasha, and Becky. I think the concern was if they called up Bayley as well, NXT would have been left with very little. So Bayley got left behind for about 12 months. She was like down in NXT on her own for a bit, which was a shame. It's a shame she didn't come up at that same time. But this was just months after AJ had retired. AJ missed all of that. So she had a feud that I think could have been a bit better at the end. She left just before the Women's Evolution Revolution. And as a result, it kind of was a bit of an unsatisfactory conclusion, really. Which is why getting her back now is so exciting, because now she can add to her legacy. Now she can hopefully pick up where she left off, but only now she's got so many opponents to work with, so many stories to tell. My only concern, really, I've got 2 concerns. My one concern is that she's been very inactive for a long time. Can she get back to that standard? But my other concern is that she is going to be coming back at a time where I'm not totally convinced that the creative teams are the strongest they've ever been. I do worry a bit about WWE's creative teams when you look at the weekly shows. When you look at the products for Raw and SmackDown in 2025, and I think you can even go 2024, end of 2024. I think you can even look at the end of 2024, and I don't think there's loads in December, November to really celebrate. I think that I remember doing these streams around about 10 months ago at the end of 2024, and our conversation was about, man, it's going to be so good when we go to Netflix. It's going to be so good. Like, they're not gonna allow this product to fall off a cliff when they go to Netflix. It's going to be so good. And we were so hyped for that Netflix move. And I think we can say that it's not really done anything when it comes to the quality of the show. If anything, the show quality might have got worse. So my concern is AJ's inactivity, ring rust. It's going to take a while for her to get into her groove. I don't know if the modern fans are going to give her that, and I don't know that the modern fans have got that kind of patience. I think very quickly you make a mistake, people are like, who's this girl? This is the girl you were hyping. It's like, dude, she's been away 10 years. And then the creative teams, I'm not sure that they're the strongest they've ever been. So are they going to have the material for her to get her teeth into? So I don't know, man. I'm hyped. I'm excited. Let's bring her back. Let's go. Let's light it up. Yes, yes, yes. But yeah, there are a few butterflies, a few nerves. I wanted to kill it. I want everyone to enjoy it. And I think we all want this. Who doesn't want this to be a success apart from Tony Khan? Like, we all want this to be a success. So I'm right with her. I'm riding with her. I'm ride or die. I'm gonna. She's got my full support. I was a big fan of her back in the day. She was someone I really enjoyed watching. I found her to be very entertaining. I loved how you never quite knew what she was going to do next. Her command on the microphone was so good. Her live reactions to things, so good. Like, she could have a microphone, be in the middle of a segment, someone could do something. I remember Stephanie coming down to the ring once when she was in the ring, and she was like talking about how no one's on her level, and Steph's music hit. And like, she looked, and just from her facial expressions, she was able to convey like, oh my God, like, of all the music I was not expecting Steph to come down. And she was like, well, how do I deal with this? And she's not saying anything, but her body language was perfect. And you could see, I felt I could hear every thought, where she was like, oh my God, wasn't expecting this. How do I deal with this? What's she going to say? Why is she even walking down here? Who does she think she is, actually? And like, you could get all of this just from her little facial expressions as she's like tilting her head, trying to like think it all through. And then by the time Steph gets in, she's like, hi, boss lady. How are you? But the thing is, she will say that, and then the next line will be a savage takedown. Like, she'll be like, hi, boss lady, how are you? And then it's like, AJ, you've been dating a lot of the male superstars. I think it's time that you step up and act a bit more like a champion or something like this. And then AJ will be like, you're right. Maybe I should marry one of them instead. And she'll come out with a line like that, tilt their heads. And it's like, savage. And, you know, this is what we're getting. This is what we're getting back. Someone that knows their character, knows how to deliver a promo. Very comfortable, very quick-witted in the moment. Great character work. And, yeah, a shining light for the women's division at that time. So, very excited. Right, Shaquem said it's Friday, and you know what that means. Shaquem, shout out to you. King Yeti said Abraham Lincoln was the GOAT. Yeah, no, you called it. He was. Abraham Lincoln obviously famously did wrestling back in the day. I think he had a really good record as well, from what I remember reading. So you're right, he was the GOAT. We're just playing catch up. Many kids today would tell you Logan Paul is the GOAT. He's not. Delwyn says Brock Lesnar is going to come to Chicago tonight, and I'm here for it. It's been nearly 2.5 years since Brock last appeared on SmackDown, and maybe today is the day. The Beast Incarnate could make a return to shake WWE. I am so hyped about it, says Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. I am excited that you are excited. I think, as I said earlier, when it comes to Brock, I am just going to watch. I'm going to watch. I'm going to see how people react. Of course, he's going to get booed. He's going to get booed because they want him to be booed anyway. I am very interested to know, though, what the Janelle Grant situation has done with his relationship to the fans. I think there is a lot of fans out there that you see online saying, tell me what he's done wrong. Tell me what he's being charged with. Tell me what he's being prosecuted for. And you see a lot of that online. And then you see a lot of people on the other side saying, I don't want to see him. He was involved in the Janelle Grant stuff. He got named 44 times in the lawsuits. blah, 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 right? So, you know, you've got this real sort of mixture that I'm seeing online. I don't know what the average fan thinks, actually, like, away from social media. I know what those people think. I can read what they think. But I don't know what the casual average fan that's not on social media thinks. Maybe some of them just don't know about the Janelle Grant stuff, don't know the details, don't know that he's been kind of caught up in that. Maybe some of them don't care. Like, to them, he is the beast. He is legit. You know, he is... I mean, I tell you, if someone came from flipping Lou Thesz's era to watch the modern wrestling, they'd enjoy watching Brock Lesnar. I know that much, right? That kind of no-nonsense getting in, chucking people around, clearly just an absolute animal. There's no one I can really think of that sort of muscular size going back in, you know, I'm trying to think back in the day. I mean, you had people like, you had big guys, Haystacks Calhoun and Gorilla Monsoon and, you know, people along those lines. I don't remember anyone with the size. I mean, even George Hackenschmidt, who was just constantly training, working on fitness. Hackenschmidt did a lot of innovative training. He kind of created a lot of moves that bodylifters do now, and he was kind of working a lot of stuff out himself. But even he didn't have the flipping, you know, size of Brock Lesnar. I mean, Brock's seemingly got that sort of like Viking DNA, hasn't he? So yeah, I mean, Brock's obviously very unique, very special, and that does carry a lot of engagement. So I don't know, it's going to be really interesting to see how the fans... He'll get booed out the building, but is it boos because he's heel, or is it boos because the fans don't want to see him? Don't know. Be interesting to see what chants come out as well. See if he's on the show first. So Dalwyn, shout out to you, my friend. I am also hyped for tonight. Forbes 4DPOY, shout out to you, said, I hope it's Baron Corbin. What, you hope Baron Corbin's going to be CM Punk's partner? He was joking, actually, about the fact that he did an end of days to Becky. And he was joking that if CM Punk needs any help, I'm always here. And that GIF was doing the rounds of him end of days in Becky Lynch, which got him so much heat. He got so much heat for that. So, yeah, Baron Corbin, not likely, but not impossible. I mean, I'm hoping it's AJ Lee, of course. But Carly in 1985, Gareth said, Daze, I hope you have a great stream tonight. Thank you, my friends. It's lovely to see so many people around. I mean, I'm trying to work through these super chats so we can get back to the normal chat, because I feel like there's probably some new people around. I think there is, just when you get a show like this, just that next level of excitement. And so it's, yeah, I mean, I knew this was going to be one of the biggest Smackdowns that we would ever do. And I would say it's kind of proving to be that way at the moment. I mean, we would normally be 40 minutes into a stream at this point. We always start a few hours before because we love talking about wrestling. So we don't just do the watch along for SmackDown. We do a couple of hours before every stream, right? For Raw, for NXT, for SmackDown, for the PLEs. We even go a few hours before the countdown shows. And we have really good conversation, or at least I think we do. And yeah, I mean, have this many people around at this time is, you know, above what we would normally see. So you can tell there's something in the air tonight. You can tell the excitement, the hype. I mean, if you're feeling that, you're not alone. I think the world is feeling that tonight. I think what's lovely is that when it comes to pro wrestling, there are things that really matter. I mean, pro wrestling matters. It is a lot of people that don't get it. They just look at it as just a bit of nonsense. You know, people just messing around and whatever. They don't understand. But, you know, you get these kind of moments where AJ Lee comes back and it kind of hits different, really. I mean, AJ Lee to me is someone that I've always respected. I really enjoyed watching as a fan. Never had chance to really sit down and talk about because she's not been around since we've done the channel. And I think that there's maybe some youngsters, 10 years is a long time. You know, if you got into wrestling when you was 8 and AJ was gone, you're going to be 18 now. you might be out of wrestling. You might have gone through your whole wrestling journey, right? You probably have actually gone through your whole wrestling journey without having AJ Lee in your life, unless you went back and watched the old content, right? So the fact she's coming back after so long, and more than that, she's still of a good age. You know, it's not that she's coming back and she's like 46 and you might get a few matches, right? And she's going to be an attraction. She's still, I think, younger than Charlotte. I'm sure she's younger than Charlotte. I'm sure she's actually going to be around the same age as Becky, as Charlotte, as some of the girls that are on the roster, active roster right now. She is not coming back as someone that's past her prime. She's potentially in her prime. She is potentially gonna, you know, be kind of hitting high marks now. This is why I don't think wrestling has passed her by. Plus also, because she doesn't have 10 years of punishment on her body, how much more prime could she get, you know? Everyone kind of starts dipping off at a certain point, has to be a bit more careful at a certain point. I don't know, with AJ Lee, where we are. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know quite what to expect after her being out for 10 years. So, but what I do know is that she's a good age, and I know that she's a great talent, and I know that her biggest strength was her character work, and I don't expect that to have diminished. She just needs the right creative. And I think this is a really good story to bring her back in. Her on a microphone saying stuff to Becky, yeah? Kind of going off at Becky. It's going to feed families. It's going to absolutely feed families. Who Review said, I think AJ, Julia, and AJ La Primera will be good. Oh, definitely. Definitely. I also like AJ Roxanne. I mean, the thing with AJ, she's not the biggest of girls. There are, you know, women that are much, much taller. She does have size against her. Just like how you hear with Roxanne and Alexa and Zelina, you know, AJ is sort of that group, really. And so that has been a barrier for her. And, you know, her stepping in with a Bianca Belair, her stepping in with a Rhea, her stepping in with a Jade, like there's going to be significant size difference. And that is going to be a problem. I don't know how those matches go. I think AJ she always had the Black Widow, which is like that octopus stretch, right? Which is a great kind of equalizer, really, because she can put that on bigger women and stretch them out, and they can like go down to their knees and like really struggle being in that move. Like that was a great move for her, where she could apply it. It looks really technical with the arms and the legs all twisted round. And it's a great move for her. So, I mean, I could see her getting that on a Rhea or a Jade or a Bianca and getting success. But actually structuring the match before, having her trying to overcome the power difference, the size difference. I mean, putting her in there with Nia. I don't know how these matches go. These matches would be intriguing, but they're not the dream matches for me. The dream matches are where we get a little closer in size. So her against Julia, I don't think that'd be a massive size difference. Her against Stephanie, I don't think that'd be a massive size difference. Her Roxanne is amazing. Her Liv, I think, works a treat. Love that matchup as well. I think her Chelsea Green would be a size difference. I think Chelsea's taller than we think, but I think Chelsea also does not present herself as the greatest wrestler. Chelsea said she knows her job is to bump around and make others look good. So you put AJ in there with Chelsea, and Chelsea makes AJ look good, bumping round and looking shocked at like some of the stuff AJ is doing. I think Chelsea could make AJ look really, really good. So actually, that's a size difference where I think it could actually really work, and Chelsea could really make AJ look like $1 billion. So I think, yeah, there's so many matches. Just so many matches. I mean, Charlotte, Becky, give AJ the title. It's a bit like John Cena's final year, where there's not enough dates. There's so many matches that we want to see There's so many people that we want to see John go up against. I'd love to see him against Trick. I'd love to see him against Oba. I'd love to see him against Javon. I'd love to see him against Sammy. If that is going to happen, I personally will be flipping thrilled. But I'd love to see him against Sammy. I'd love to see him going in there against Johnny Gargano, which is one that always, the reaction's like, why? What? But Johnny Gargano in NXT is arguably the best singles wrestler they've ever had in NXT. And I'm including Seth and everyone, because the reason why I say that is because WWE for the longest time was not getting 5-star matches from Dave Meltzer, right? And I know that doesn't matter, but it's just an indicator as to kind of how good matches are, right? And by and large, I think people would agree you weren't getting 5-star matches from WWE for a good chunk of time. Certainly if you go back to that sort of like 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, there's probably potentially a couple that might be in there, might be 475, but, there weren't loads of matches that are like killing it, that are 5 stars, oh my God, right? And we go through this period where we just don't get like 5-star matches. And then Johnny in NXT, like, as a 5-star match with Andrade, and I don't think anyone would say that wasn't, has 5-star matches with Tommaso Ciampa, and I don't think anyone would say they weren't. Has 5-star matches, arguably the greatest matches in the history of NXT against Adam Cole, right? And again, you do a countdown of the best NXT matches, you're going to have a lot of Johnny Gargano matches on that list. And it's surprising because I think there's quite a few people that didn't watch Johnny Gargano in NXT. I think there's quite a few people that just sort of know him from his main roster run. And it's really weird how kind of what he did in NXT can so easily be forgotten or lost to history when it was so flipping good. I mean, this guy was your 5-star match machine, really. You wanted to have a banging match in NXT, a singles match. If one of the participants was Johnny Gargano, it stood a real damn good chance that it was going to be around that level, if not 4.5 or something like that, right? It didn't happen all the time. Let's not paint an incorrect picture. There's plenty of Johnny matches that are just okay. But, there's a lot of Johnny matches that deliver in NXT. We have not been able to find that presentation for him on the main roster. We have not been able to find that momentum. We, for some reason, put him in with DIY, which is fine. And we've tried to give DIY some great matches, which is fine. But I think people have forgotten how good Johnny is. And we need to get him out. And we need to get him as a singles guy. And we need to give him, this is someone that could be in that same bracket as a Chad Gable. Chad Gable is someone that for the longest time, people are like, this guy is so good. Why are you calling him Shorty G? Why are you doing this? This guy is so good. He's got an amateur wrestling background. He is so good. He's a former Olympian. Give him a chance. And when they did, you saw bangers. I mean, one of the best matches of this year, we were looking in unseen. There was this scientific experiment, right? I mean, whatever, where they measured heart rate. And the third most exciting match of the year was Chad Gable against Vikingo. And that was a banger from Worlds Collides. That was a banger. So, Johnny Gargano, I'd love to see that. Chad Gable against John Cena. AJ Styles against John Cena. Johnny Gargano against John Cena. Tommaso Ciampa. Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Right? Finn Balor. Mate, there are so many matches for John Cena, right? So many great matches. Give me Demon Balor. Demon Balor against John Cena. I would love it. Give me Sami Zayn. I'd love it. So there's so many matches for John. The point I'm making is I feel that way for AJ as well. I think AJ has got so many matches that she can have. Her coming back is just going to ignite the women's division again. But Joe said, I got into Discord. I'm now chatting with Sunny. That's good. Yeah, I think honestly that is underutilized by us as a community. I am going to sit here right now and tell you I can't get in there. I wish I could, But I'm either doing streams, or I'm creating graphics, or I'm doing review videos, or I'm doing unseen, or honestly, we did a game for the members where we were doing this, like going through slides, asking who wins this match, right? I got 160 slides together. In order to get 160 slides together, it took me 8 hours. 8 hours. Because I was having to go through, find title matches, then I was having to find the image, save it, label it, and then on to the next one. And I did that 160 times. And, granted, after about 3-4 hours, I'm not going as quick as I was, right? So I definitely had a bit of slowdown. But by the time I kind of finished it, it was about 8 hours. It took me Thursday night. Wednesday night. So it's like those kind of things that people don't see are things that are, reasons as to why I can't get in the Discords. But this is why I don't want to promote it as something that it can't be. It can't be, yeah, jump in, I'll be in there, I'll chat with you. It can't be that. But what it can be is you lot talking amongst yourselves. You only get so many characters in the live chat. And also, when we're not live, how are you lot communicating? Some of you have got little group chats. Some of you might chat on X. Not all of you are on X. Some of you might chat on Facebook, maybe. I don't know. But where does the community communicate away from the streams? Well, the answer is the Discords. The Discord is open 24/7. It's always there. There can always be people popping in, leaving a comment, seeing where the conversation was. I think we need to do more with that personally, but that's a project for the future, and I think that Dormouse and Sunny do a great job. Joe said, have Brock F5 AJ when she comes out. He would have heat forever. I'd mess him up. I have no problems telling you right now, I would mess him up. Yeah? Well, I'd try, at least. I think I'd succeed as well. Leanne sending in a gifted membership. Really appreciate the support, my friend. Thank you. And Richard said, Daze, it's Richards. Hello, Richards. Do you think AJ Lee will be there tonight? I do. I saw her live 2014 Cardiff, Wales at a house show. She faced Nikki Bella for the Divas title and lost. Oh. Fun story. Richard, thank you. Yeah, I do. I think that there's so much hype. I think WWE could easily downplay the hype if they wanted to. I think there's been a lot to make you think she's going to be here tonight. I mean, WrestleVotes the other day were like, don't miss this show. If I was in the area, I would buy a ticket. And I don't think WrestleVotes say that if her name is just going to get mentioned. If all we get tonight is AJ Lee's name being mentioned, I think there's going to be a lot of underwhelmed people. Yeah. So I think that this really is it tonight. I think that we're in Chicago. I think that they really want Wrestle Palooza to grab everyone's attention. I think you could go with CM Punk and a mystery partner and everyone know who it is, right? But maybe they've looked at it and gone, it's just better if we advertise that it's AJ Lee. It's just better for all those fans that are no longer watching, that we might be able to bring back if we just tell them AJ Lee is wrestling her first match in over 10 years on Wrestle Palooza, and she's partnering her husband, and here's the graphic with her face on. It is happening. Please watch this show. Rather than it's a mystery, who's it going to be? You know, maybe some people won't take the chance if it's a mystery because they don't want to, you know, get their hopes up, be disappointed. So I think you can see as to why it would make sense for them to advertise her rather than it be a mystery person. Personally, I like the mystery person thing. I mean, I'm going to watch that show anyway, so it doesn't affect me. But one thing you learn after watching a lot of documentaries and watching a lot of wrestling is that, and this is something I forget all the time. I forget this all the time. I'm going to hold my hands up and say, this is a fact that I very often forget and don't remember enough, right? And it doesn't make me look very good because it makes me seem a little bit self-centered. But not everything on this show is aimed at you. Not everything on this show is for you. Not everything they do is for you. They're not even thinking of you personally. They're not thinking of you. They are just thinking big picture. So big picture, it makes sense to advertise AJ Lee. For me, someone that's going to watch Wrestle Palooza anyway, do the mystery thing, you know. That gives us a few more weeks of, is it, isn't it, could it, is it, no. Could it be this person, could it be that person? I think it is AJ Lee. Well, I'm not sure. I've heard a rumour. You know, I don't mind that. I don't think it's going to be that. I think we're going to find out it is her tonight. But, you know, I think big picture, they want everyone to tune in. They want everyone to know she is definitely there. And as I said, you know, sometimes you sort of, I forget that. You get so involved with WWE. You get so connected with it. We watch it all the time. It's kind of hard to kind of tell yourself, yeah, they didn't do that for me. That was never meant for me. It's a bit like Lily. You know, I'm not a big fan of, like, Lily. I don't really understand what Lily brings. I don't really understand why Alexa's got Lily. I just sort of feel like when they got rid of Bray, they just wanted to keep the creative going. So rather than the funhouse, we had the playground. Rather than the puppets, we had Lily. But, I mean, it's really hard for Alexa to tell us that she loves this doll that she's had since a kid, when we watched her for years and there was no mention of it. We watched her for years and there was no mention of it. There was never, she never needed it before. Now all of a sudden she needs it. Now all of a sudden she can't come to the ring without it. Like it's, do you know what I mean? It's hard for me to sort of go, oh yeah, this is great. And so, but then I sort of tell myself and go, it's not for me, is it? It's not for me. They're trying to sell Lily dolls. They're trying to, it's for the kids. They're trying to give Alexa like a doll that's going to connect with a younger audience that people are going to find interesting. And not even a younger audience. I don't want to be disrespectful. Even if you're an Alexa fan, it's just an accessory now that you can purchase. It's just, you know, another item for her, you know. So if you're an Alexa fan, you're going to be into it. If you are young, you're going to be into it. But for some of us, we sort of look at it and go, well, where's this thing come from? What's this about? It just feels like when we was getting rid of Bray the first time, obviously not when he tragically passed, but when he lost his job, I think they wanted to continue with the kind of creative. And so as a result, there was like the playground, there was Lily, there was all that sort of stuff. So, but it's just not for me, is it? It's just not for me. It's not aimed at me. So I do sometimes fall into that trap. I suppose I need to tell myself that when there's celebrities wrestling as well. It's just not, this is not meant for you. This is, you know, if Jelly Roll is wrestling, they're trying to get Jelly Roll's fans. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get Jelly Roll fans. They're trying to get his fan base that don't watch wrestling. You know, when Logan wrestles, they're trying to use his social media to reach people that don't watch wrestling. They're trying to get one of the biggest influencers. They're trying to fill up his Twitter account, his Instagram, even his YouTube channel now with wrestling content. And from a business point of view, that's clever, isn't it? It's clever. You got to say it's clever. It's very good. It's not for me, you know, but I get why they're doing it. So, yeah, one of those where sometimes you have to sort of like tell yourself that. So, very cool that you saw AJ, though, back at the house show, buds. And it is a shame that she lost, though. So, Richard, shout out to you. And J.A. Anderson had a message, took that message away. And so we now have no idea what that message said. So, I'm sure it was something deeply, deeply perverted. Carlin, 1985, Gareth said, I'm looking forward to SmackDown tonight. Carlin, really appreciate the support, buds. Same. I'm in that boat with you, my friend. So lovely that you could join us and join in the conversation. I hope you guys are chatting away about your favorite AJ moments, chatting away about the state of WWE in 2025, chatting away about what AJ matches you want to see. I think the strength of this channel, this place, is the community and you guys chatting away. I am still trying to get back to the normal chat, still just working through these super chats, but massively appreciate everyone joining us. The excitement tonight, it's absolutely in the air. We started early so that we could get through as many of these kind of comments and thoughts as we possibly could. So Carlin 1985, Gareth, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate your support. David said, I don't know if you've seen this or talked about it, but the December 13th Saturday night's main event has moved from Boston to Washington. I don't know why. I wish I could give you the reason why. I actually don't know the reason why. All we know is that earlier today, there was an announcement that it was being moved, or that it had been moved. And I don't know why. For me, it makes perfect sense for it to be in Boston. I don't really understand the connection with Washington, but they've done it. They've moved it, and it is going to be Washington now. So I think he does still go to Boston, but that's going to be in like November or something. And then his last match is going to be in the capital, Washington, D.C. I wonder why. I don't know why. I mean, to me, it makes more sense that he finishes up in Boston, where he's from. A very surprising twist. I don't know if there's been any theories as to why. Certainly, I've not seen any news as to why. I think we're still in a situation where people are still digesting the fact that that it's been moved. Adam said AJ pipe bomb on the Divas Raw 2013 is goated. Yes, I agree. That was a brilliant moment where she just really stuck it to the women's division and told them exactly what she thought, and really was going off on how their reality stars, because they're not good enough to be actors, and like how they have been sucking up to different people to try and get the opportunities they've got, clearly insinuating that they have been getting involved with male talent. And so there's lots of these little bits that are in that like little pipe bomb that she did. It's not a pipe bomb that resonated on a CM Punk level, but it's a really good watch. If you've never seen it, the AJ Lee pipe bomb, it's really good. It's actually one that's a little bit lost to time. It's actually a promo that we never talk about or never really gets mentioned when we talk about great promos. But if ever we're going to talk AJ Lee, it's one of her best moments. She was champ at the time. And she was kind of, as the champ, running down the rest of the women. And at that time, we had Total Divas. And so, she was going off basically on these reality stars. That was a big strength of hers. She was unique. She stood out. She really resonated with Paige because I think AJ was very anti-diva. She was not high heels, little dresses, trying to look prim and proper. Like, she was jeans, Chuck Taylors, Converse, like, do you know what I mean? A little bit unhinged. Like, she was not doing the Total Divas thing. She was not interested in that. She was interested in telling good stories, putting on the best matches possible, being just a really great female superstar, more so than going to film premieres and wearing high heels, walking the red carpet. And that really connected with people. That really helped her stand out. She very much fits beautifully into the current era. I mean, when you look around and you see like a Liv Morgan that's very unhinged, kind of vindictive and taking Rhea Ripley's belt, taking Dominic, taking the Judgment Day away from Rhea because she's on a revenge tour, you kind of go, that is very AJ Lee. That is very AJ Lee. Right? And you sort of look at like Julia, who's not wearing high heels and stuff like that. She's just looking amazing and coming over from Japan and bringing that sort of Japanese wrestling style. Same with Asuka as well. I mean, Asuka's not someone you see walking around in high heels. I mean, like, could you imagine a Total Divas using the current women that we've got? It would be completely different. Rhea Ripley. I mean, it would be completely different to like when we had Eva Marie and the Bellas, you know? Like, it'd be completely different kind of show now. And so AJ really fits into this world now, a lot more maybe than she did then. But because she didn't fit in as much, she stood out more. And it actually probably worked in her benefit. So, but she really resonated with Paige. She loved Paige. She loved Paige because Paige was the anti-diva that was coming through as well. And she loved Sasha and Charlotte. And she was really excited about the girls that were coming through. Because what she saw was women's wrestling. She saw women that wanted to wrestle. She didn't look at Becky or Sasha or people that were coming to be the next cast of Total Divas. She saw women that wanted to wrestle, wanted to work, wanted to take women's wrestling forwards. And she was really excited about that. I think, honestly, injury and certainly CM Punk going were the reasons why she stepped away, but she would have continued to have shone if she had have stuck around. Sneaks 2006 said, what are your picks for Paris tomorrow? I don't have any, but if I'm not doing the stream, then I don't do the research for the show. So we're not doing a UFC stream tomorrow. In fact, I was not even meant to be here tonight, you know. I could probably count on one hand the number of Smackdowns I have missed since 2018 doing watch-alongs. Genuinely. I mean, I really very, very rarely miss shows. I went to Florida and I still did the shows. I went to Egypt and I still did watch-alongs. So for me to miss a show is just unheard of. But actually, this weekend is my cousin's kid's 18th, and we don't have a very big family. So it's actually quite a big deal. So they've kind of rented this house. They're going to do barbecues, going to take the dog, just have like a weekend away. It's by a theme park. We might end up going to the theme park. There's a few games that they've got planned. It's just like this weird weekend that we've never done before. Never done anything like this before. But because we're not the biggest of families, but we are still a very close family, for someone in our family to be 18 is obviously a really big deal. So I was sadly going to have to tell you a few days ago, I can't do tonight. And then, of course, it turns out to be one of the biggest Smackdowns of all time. And so as a result, flipping plans changed. So sadly, everyone is there right now, and I am not. I am here on my own. The dog's upstairs. But yeah, it's just me. So everyone else is there, kind of drinking and having takeaway, and you know, I think there's a hot tub and you know, doing whatever. God only knows. And I am here with you instead. So yeah, this was not gonna be a stream. I was not meant to be here this weekend. But I'm pleased that I am. I mean, if anyone's going to get me to change my plans, it's AJ Lee. Meet for CFC said, Daze, hope you're doing well. I'm seeing a lot of chatter on Twitter about AJ and Paige being backstage. Paige as well, really? In fact, Paige is tweeting about it. If she's tweeting about it, I don't believe it then. If Paige is tweeting about it, straight away I go, no. I don't believe it. The reason why I say that is because normally when wrestlers tease stuff, I mean, if you're a wrestler and you are about to surprise the fans, why would you tease it? Why would you put a little thing out where people then start expecting it? Most of the time when wrestlers do that, it doesn't come through. It's not 100%. There have been times where people have teased things and then it does happen. But I would say more often than not. I mean, one of the first I remember is the Royal Rumble. When Becky was away, she actually posted a picture of the curtain in Gorilla during like the start of the Women's Rumble. And everyone was like, oh my God, she's backstage. Becky's backstage. That's the curtain that you go through to come out to the ring. And, like, there was no Becky that year. She was backstage. She was probably backstage for Seth. And so she didn't come out. And you see all of that, like, a lot, to be honest. So, I don't know. If someone actually tweets something out, if there's a report saying we think Paige is going to be on the show, that's interesting. If Paige is teasing she's going to be on the show, my first reaction is, no, I don't believe that. It's not 100%. I have to stress this because you can find examples to the contrary. But more than often than not, it doesn't work that way. But also, I don't think we need Paige. I don't think we need Paige, do we? Why would you bring Paige back the same day as AJ Lee? Paige is going to get overshadowed. And you're not going to bring her out at the same time because Paige doesn't even need to be in that match. Unless she's going to be special guest ref or something. But I don't know. I've not seen those reports. I've been chatting with you guys for just over 2 hours, so I'm a bit behind on anything that's kind of come through over the past few hours. And I've not seen any of that, so. But Meet CFC, thank you. Right, Camden said, if AJ Lee does come back to WWE, do you think she's a big enough draw for WWE to keep in the main event? Or is she better in the mid-card to boost the women's mid-cards? Well, to be honest, it's a really great question. I think that she is, with the right build, a big enough draw for the main event in the sense of, it depends what else is on the card, right? But Wrestle Palooza, that's going to be one day. I don't know if we're going to do Cody on that show. Rumor is we're going to do Brock and John. Brock and John might end up closing that show. But honestly, I would not be shocked if you think of the star power. I mean, there is no one in that match that's kind of letting the match down. There's no weak link in CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch, and AJ Lee. Add in the fact that it's AJ Lee's return match after 10 years. I think that absolutely could close the show. And it's going to be a grudge thing as well. I mean, we've got a couple of weeks build that we need to go through as well. So it absolutely can be a grudge match. It absolutely is going to be heated. It's not one of those matches where we just do it for the sake of doing it. Really good segment where Becky was slapping the taste out of Seth Rollins. So for me, with that build and, you know, the fact that it's going to be a first match back, I think it's in the running to be the main event. I can't say that it absolutely is going to be because they could go with John and Brock. They could go with Cody and Drew because that, if that is going to happen, that will be for the WWE Championship. And that championship tends to close out PLEs. I think, you know, the fact that there's only... there's no belts that are kind of being defended. Maybe they will. I mean, there was a thought in the community the other day that it could be that the winners get the belts. We know that Seth is the World Heavyweight Champ. We know that Becky is the Women's Intercontinental. They could put those belts on the line in the match so that if CM Punk and AJ win, they get those belts. I mean, maybe you do that to secure the main event spot. I personally think it's a bit rushed to do that. I'm not convinced that AJ is ready for singles matches now, right? I think that AJ coming back, she's coming back in a mixed tag, you know, put her in triple threats, put her in women's tag matches, like protect AJ, and then start giving her singles matches a little further down the road. So if you put the Intercontinental belt on her, maybe you can protect her by putting her in multi-women matches, but she's probably going to have some singles matches, and I would worry about that. I mean, look, I think she's back, and I think this is not a one-off, but I don't know how regular she's going to wrestle. I don't know how, and honestly, you could keep her as a bit of an attraction anyway. So, look, excitement is obviously through the roof. I think let's take it a step at a time. I think that she is worthy of main events. Obviously, when you look at WrestleMania, I would say not the main event of night 2. But if you did a really good build between her and Liv, and the women's title was on the line, let's say Liv is champion, and the belt's on the line, and it's a really good build, and it's AJ's first WrestleMania since WrestleMania 31, then I think you could get away with that being the main event of night one. I mean, I can't tell you that that match is any less appealing than Bianca Sasha. I mean, Bianca Sasha main evented night one of 37. So, and I don't think we've had a women main event since then. It's actually a bit of a bad look now that it's been so long since the women have main evented. Triple H always says, you know, we just go with the story that we feel deserves it more. And I think AJ coming back, Liv doing the best work of her career with this heel role. The fans aren't going to want to boo AJ, so you bring her back as a face. I mean, it's perfect. And the build could be incredible. So I think that you can probably get as big as you want to get with AJ Lee. I think if you want to put her in the mid-card, she can go in the mid-cards. I think if you get behind her, I think you can get like main events out of her. It's obviously going to be difficult because a lot of shows are only for one day. So, you know, it's always going to be hard to have AJ main event over the WWE Championship. So I suppose what I'm looking at is I'm looking at Wrestle Palooza, and I'm looking at WrestleMania, and I'm looking at SummerSlam, and I'm looking at those shows where she's got a chance to main event night one. Yeah. And other than that, I think the WWE Championship rightfully will main event the bulk of the shows. And then maybe there might be like the World Heavyweight Championship. So it's very competitive, but can AJ get some main events? That's what the conversation to me. Not that is she going to do them all, but can she get some? I would say yes. I would say yes. I would say I could find a way of giving a Wrestle Palooza. I could find a way of giving a WrestleMania night one. I could find a way of giving a SummerSlam night one. Don't know that I can find a way of giving her some of the other shows, but can I give her some? Yes. And it's just, you know, it's going to come down to Triple H. It's going to come down to creative. It's going to come down to AJ. I mean, she might come back and be rusty, and her character work might not be of the level that it was. Her in-ring work might be, you know, deteriorated after so long of being out the ring. So, I mean, of course, she's got to carry her weight as well. But if she is the girl that we saw in 2013, 2014, and she's going to go up against good opponents with good stories, do what you want. Do what you want. I think she's really engaging. I think she's really, really engaged, really captivating. When you've got an AJ Lee segment, you want to watch it because you never quite know what she's going to do. You never quite know what twist or turn is going to arrive. She's very, very interesting to watch. Ian said Paige has confirmed she is not backstage. Right. We've got some conflicting reports, but apparently Paige is saying she is not backstage. I don't really get why Paige would be on the show. I don't really understand why Paige would be on this one. I feel like Paige could come back, but tonight is surely the night that we have AJ's return, and I don't really think we need anything else than that, to be honest. Jed said dream match for me would be Naomi against AJ. Naomi said she's going to crash out, didn't she? Naomi said she's going to crash out. If she returns whilst I'm away, I am going to crash out. That is what she was saying. So yes, there is a real hunger by Naomi to get in there with AJ, and I would love that match as well. I'm right with you, but I would love to see that match also. Richard said, Daze, it's Richards. Hi, Richards. Richard Worley said, I think AJ Lee and Punk against Becky and Seth in the main event for Seth's title, that being on the line only. That would be interesting. That doesn't feel as quick. I mean, that would be my concern if you put Becky's belt on the line, is AJ going to be around enough to defend it? I don't know how many matches she's going to have and how frequently. Plus also, you know, is she ready for singles matches? That she doesn't need that weight right now, in my opinion. This is a girl that's been away for 10 years, that's probably got a lot of nerves, that didn't really have the kind of amateur career of CM Punk. CM Punk, just knew he could wrestle and had amazing matches on the indie circuit. And so for him to go away for 10 years didn't feel as dramatic. He could come back, pick it up. But for AJ, she didn't have that same level of experience. The wrestlers and matches she had at the time, no offense, that was not the strongest period for women's wrestling. And so, she could only go in against who she went in. The level is so much higher now that, like, you could understand her coming back with nerves, a little bit of self-doubt. To put a belt on her in her first match, a singles belt, is just, I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. I can't say WWE won't do that. I'm not talking about what WWE are going to do. I don't know, do I? I'm not in the creative room. But for me, I would not do that. I think that's a hell of a weight to put onto AJ. That's a hell of an ask for her, having been away for so long. So maybe if you only did it for Seth's title, be an interesting one, that. The other problem you've got, though, is I think they're really invested in the vision. So if you take the belt off Seth, what does that do for the vision? That's a tricky one, isn't it? If you take the belt off Seth, what does that mean for the vision? Because Braun and Bronson keep eating losses. Really, one of the only success stories is the fact that Seth managed to fake the injury and win the title, cash in. If Punk gets that belt back now, I don't know, man. The vision has stalled. We've just brought Becky in and it's resulted in Seth losing his belt. I don't know if it's not just better to not have the belts involved, This is basically AJ Lee's return match. And honestly, that should be enough. I suppose the question is, though, is it enough to give it the main event? I mean, I will be tuning in for that match, first and foremost. Wrestle Palooza, to me, first and foremost, will be that match. The Brock thing, as I said, split opinion as to how people feel about Brock's return. In regards to Cody defending against Drew, brilliant match. Love it. Cody's only just got that belt back, though, so I don't think he loses it now. So I would imagine it would be good, really enjoyable, but I expect Cody to retain. Really, for me, the match that I want to see, because I want to see how good she is. I want to see if she's still got it, right? I mean, I would imagine You've Still Got It chance will break out during that match if she even shows glimpses of the old AJ Lee. And there is footage of her training a little while ago, kind of getting a feel for things. She's, they've got a ring. They've been doing some stuff, her and Punk. She's not going to come in completely cold. You've got to know that they've sort of known about this for a little while. There is actually, it is worth mentioning, I got someone in touch with me just saying, oh my God, did you know they planted seeds about this back in May? Apparently in a WrestleLamia video, they're talking about the fact that it said light it up backstage, going back in May. And I believe, I've not seen that video, but I believe that we actually spoke about that at the time in Unseen, and it's not connected with AJ Lee. So they went to a place, an arena, where the local team, their catchphrase is light it up, because, I don't know, it's some sort of volleyball team or ice hockey team. It's some women's sports team, and their catchphrase happens to be light it up. So when they did a locker room segment, it said light it up and people got excited, but it was not AJ Lee connected. Some people might be like, yeah, but they still use that as... Okay, fine, whatever. I don't think they did, right? I don't think it's connected in the slightest. I don't know when they knew about this. I don't know when they kind of came to an agreement. It could be very recent. It could be something they've had talks and they've kind of floated the idea for a while. I'm not sure. But... I think that she is not going to come in cold. She's going to have, she's going to be prepared. She's going to have been training with Punk. Maybe it might even turn out she's been doing some stuff with Natalya. Perhaps Natalya's been a little bit absent because Natalya's been used to kind of bring AJ back up to speed. Don't know. Natalya would be a great person to bring AJ back up to speed. Natalya would be a great match. A lot of history there. going all the way back. There's not many women around now that were around 10 years ago. Natalia is one of those. Nikki Bella is one of those. But there's not many. So that would be a great match as well. I'd take that. Wild said, I just saw the stage on Reddit. It is very small. Yeah, apparently they just want to get people in. Apparently ticket sales, they had it set up for 15,000. As of this morning, they'd done over 16,000. And they were sold out. If they were going to sell more tickets, they were going to have to open up more segments. And I don't know how many more segments they've got to open. I mean, I don't know how much that arena can hold. It's probably like 20. If you put a stage in, that's going to take a chunk of people away. They can probably get a few more thousand in, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, the ticket sales have been going really well since the teases on Monday. I think it went from like 13 something to 16, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be dripping with people. It's Chicago as well. It's always a hot crowd. Terry said they're just rumours at the moment, but Cena, Sammy, I'm really hoping for. We could get Brock attack Cena during the match, but I would love to see Cena, Sammy. Same, Bud Perry, shout out to you, same. I've heard the rumours. I don't believe they're concrete, so I don't believe that there's anything that we can really kind of get our teeth into. I don't even know actually where the rumours have come from. I've not had a chance to see where that started, so I don't know if it's PW Insider or Wrestle Votes or Dave Meltzer. I don't know where it started. What we do know, though, is a lot are reporting that it is Becky that is going to close out the show tonight. So it is Becky that is going to close out the show. So we are expecting that to be the final segment. So I wouldn't tune into SmackDown thinking that we're going to do AJ first. It is going to be a little bit towards the end of the show. They're going to give it time, though. No doubt about that. They're going to give it time. So yeah, rumor doing the rounds that Cena Sammy could happen, and actually we spoke about that in our video, our unseen video. We said this is the last SmackDown for Cena. He is a babyface. It's kind of hard to see him just come out, say thank you, and that's it, walk away. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if he did a match. I would not be shocked if he did a match. And honestly, Sammy would be sick. Sick. Ian said, could you imagine all this and AJ doesn't come back? Yeah, a lot of people have said that. I mean, there is a lot of hype. There is a lot of hope. It is worth just repeating that actually no one has outright said, not even WWE Shop with that little thing, right? No one has outright said she is definitely back tonight. I've not actually seen anyone categorically say that. The only thing that I have seen is people saying she is going to be CM Punk's partner at Wrestle Palooza and she is going to wrestle at Wrestle Palooza. I've seen dirt sheets saying that. The WWE Shop thing came back and said, we hope to have merch before Wrestle Palooza, which of course was an AI response. But, we hope to have merch before Wrestle Palooza. But no one has outright said she's going to be on this show tonight. But the expectation is she's going to be on this show tonight, right? People are saying that they are expecting her to be on this show tonight, so. Tony said, try not to pass out. Happy SmackDown. Tony, shout out to you. Listen, I am not the only one excited here. The whole wrestling world is excited. I don't go into this who's the biggest AJ Lee stand stuff, right? I am a really big fan of hers. I'm really pleased that she's back. I'm really excited. I think the shows need it as well. It's something that I've been waiting for. If ever the conversation has come up of like, who would you like to see return? The answer has normally been CM Punk, AJ Lee. And then, of course, Punk came back a few years ago. AJ Lee, we are seemingly on the verge. And, yeah, I am as excited as all of you lot are. I think we're all in the same boat. I think we're all in the excited boat together, so. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be. I've seen a few people, like, online saying they're the biggest, I'm the biggest fan and all this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, cool. We're all excited. We're all excited. Kingslayer said, how would you book AJ's return? Would you tease her more without making it obvious, without mentioning her, so that it's a bigger moment at Wrestle Palooza? Or do you bring her back tonight for a build? Kingslayer, thank you, buds. Me personally, I bring her back tonight now. The reason why I do that is because I think you've got the wrestling world watching. I think everyone is tuning into this show tonight. I think that to tease it would be a real shame. I think it would be a little bit now, it would feel a little bit like you've kind of built something to the point where everyone is tuning in to see her. If they don't get her, then I think there's going to be a real sense of disappointment. It's going to be a little bit WrestleMania 39 where Cody didn't get it done and then ends up going next year's WrestleMania and gets it done the following year. Like, long term, I think people would be okay. Because as long as they get to see her at Wrestle Palooza, right, I think, you know, that'll be okay. I don't think people would necessarily look back and go, oh, they really should have had her at that SmackDown. But sitting here right now with all the hype and all the excitement, it would feel a bit of a mistake to not bring her out now. So I would have done it a different way, I think. I would have done it a different way. I would have, for me personally, I would bring her out at Wrestle Palooza, but I think you would have to have done some things a bit different. I think you'd have to have made it obvious that, she wasn't going to be on the actual show in the builds. I mean, I think for them to be appearing on SmackDown, a show that they don't normally show up on. I mean, CM Punk's a Raw superstar. Becky's a Raw superstar. Seth is a Raw superstar. They're only doing this segment on this show because they're in Chicago. They have gone out of their way to do this segment, which should be a Raw segment, on SmackDown. I mean, Seth Rollins is the world heavyweight champion. That is the championship that lives on Raw. Becky is the women's intercontinental champion. That's the mid-card belt on Raw for the women. CM Punk is a Raw superstar. Yet we're doing this segment on SmackDown. And I think because we have gone out of our way to go to Chicago to deliver this segment, I mean, it feels like you're not just going to say her name. You know, you're not just going to do all of this just so you can say or set up a match at Wrestle Palooza where Punk's going to have a mystery partner. You know, you've really gone out of your way here. And I think if you're going to go this far out your way, you gotta pull the trigger. I mean, look, this is the arena where CM Punk returned. This is going to be a very pro AJ Lee crowd. Not that other crowds wouldn't, but, you know, I think Punk and AJ have got a house in LA and they've got a house in Chicago. CM Punk is one of Chicago's favorite sons. This is his wife. This is his wife. This is the person that's been away for 10 years, who they would love anyway. But she's CM Punk's wife. And I'm not saying that as a disrespect. I'm not saying that's all she is. She is AJ Lee in her own right. But it doesn't hurt to play on the CM Punk connection as well and do it in Chicago, where it's a red hot crowd as well. I mean, Chicago is one of the great wrestling crowds. So not only is it one of the great wrestling crowds, it's a Punk crowd. This is his wife. And then you've got the flipping cherry on top that it's just AJ Lee in her own right. And any fan base, any crowds would be excited. That's a lot of levels and a lot of reasons as to why tonight's a really good place to do it. So, yeah, you've really gone out of your way here. I think you have to pull the trigger now. But for me, I would book it a little different. I wouldn't have done this segment tonight. I would have focused maybe on it being John Cena's last SmackDown. I think that's a big deal in its own right. I think if we're going to do that, that's amazing. If we're going to have Brock getting involved, that's a big talking point. I feel like this show has got enough anyway. And then maybe Monday, I would have just done a segment where this story would have just rumbled along, you know. I would have made it a bit obvious that... you know, I would have had Punk say something like, you know, maybe I'll see you at Wrestle Palooza or something like this. Make it obvious that we're not bringing AJ out really before that point. And then we do another segment on Monday where they're talking about, right, so you want the match at Wrestle Palooza, no problem. But what are you going to do? You're going to be on your own. There's plenty of women back there that like you, punk. God knows you hang around with most of them in NXT. But none of them are actually going to be your partner because none of them want to get in the ring with me. That could be a line that Becky could say or something along those lines. And you just build is like, who said my partner even works here right now? Things along those lines. Build. Get to Wrestle Palooza. Everyone in the ring. Everyone waiting. AJ Lee. Light it up. Ouch. Yeah, I would do it at Wrestle Palooza personally, but again, big picture, wrestling is not just for me, it's for everyone. And I think WWE really don't want there to be any doubt whatsoever. I don't think they want any confusion. I don't think they want anyone to be sat there sort of like, is she, isn't she? Like, just get her on the graphic. Get that thing all over social media. And let's, make it nice, loud and clear. AJ Lee is back. If you want to see her first match, you got to tune into ESPN. You got to watch Wrestle Palooza. Sonny said, almost 700 members now in the community Discord, said Sonny. That's incredible. I just hope, I really do hope that there is a way that can be a really useful Discord for people. I mean, I would be down for, like, you've got Dormouse and Sonny as people that just kind of oversee everything. But, like, why not give each room to a community member and they just manage the room? Like maybe there's a Daze memes room, or maybe there's a members game room where it's just talking about the members game, or maybe it's just breaking news room where like any latest news gets put in there. And maybe not only have you got Sonny and Dormouse overseeing the whole thing, but there's a community member that's kind of in charge of each room, and they're there to make sure that nothing gets out of control. There's no like spam or, stupid stuff in there, but that it's kept good and engaging and there's things going on. And I would just love that place to be for the community, by the community, and just a place that people really want to hang out. You want to find out some latest news? Go to the latest news one. It's got some really good stuff in there. You want to see some fun memes that people have made? I don't mind being the butt of the joke. Go in there, and you'll see some fun bits and bobs that people have made in there. You want to see what's happening on the members game? Again, open it out to everyone. Let everyone see the conversation in there. I mean, there'll be people that want to know what's happening on the members game, even if they're not members. They'll be interested to know some of the drama that's kind of been going down. We've been having cash-ins. We've been doing a month-long tournament. We crowned the winner the other day. Like, there's some really good stuff that goes on that I think people would like to know is happening on the channel, So, yeah, that's amazing. I think there's a lot more we can be doing with it. But, yeah, my focus right now is just on one woman. And she is probably not going to show for another couple of hours yet. Kragus said, really can't wait. I really hope she does, or I just might cry. Kragus, shout out to you, my friends. Just know that if she doesn't, I will be crying with you as well. So there will be no shame in you shedding a tear. No shame whatsoever. I will also be weeping as well. So, yes, we are just 20 minutes away. We've finally got on top of all of those. Connor said, Daze, we've got another match confirmed. It's going to be Julia defending against Michin. It's official. Thank you, Connor. Tony said, it's been a while, but I am here tonight. I still support you each month, and I hope all is good. I became a new dad, and I've got a 7-month-old now. Tony, shout out to you, buds. Tony, James, Comedy, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, but it's lovely to see you around again. It's nice to see some familiar faces. Like Benny said, what if WWE are planning to make this SmackDown the best one? After hearing that you weren't going to be here with the AJ return and Wyatt Six turmoil, but after hearing that you are here, could they now take it away? Yes, if we don't get AJ Lee, I think that could be my fault, you know. I think it could be my fault. Maybe because I wasn't going to be here, they decided to do it. Then they found out I'm here, so now they take it away. But also, they might want to punish me for exposing a weak link in the WWE shop security, you know? I mean, who knew you could get scoops out of WWE shop? But, you know, now we found out that you can. God only knows what information we're going to find out in the future. So, yes, they might want to punish us as a result of all of that. So, hopefully not, though. Hopefully not. But if she does not show tonight, I might have to take some of the blame. Football Talk, but I think she will, so I'm not worried. Football Talk said, Daze, WWE will have fun with these rumours. Don't be surprised if Becky comes out to AJ's theme. Yes, good shout. Or they tease Rhea being the partner. We want AJ against Roxanne. Yeah, I agree with you. I think you make an excellent point. I think there is a really good chance that they put some teasers in. Yeah, I could see it being a case that Rhea speaks to Punk about, like, do you need some help? And he's like, I might do. And then you'll have people online going, oh my God, don't you dare. Don't you dare. I knew they were going to do that. I told you AJ was not going to come back on this. I called it. Look at my tweet from the other day. I called it. You'll have people doing that. And then out she comes at the end. Yeah. Out she walks at the end. And then those people delete those messages and they're like, oh my God, AJ's back. This is so exciting. I knew she'd be back. Look at my tweet the other day. Daze, did you dream about AJ, said Suzanne. I don't think I did, actually. I did have a dream the other day about streaming, where I was streaming, and I think it's because I'm missing out on my family thing today. I'm going tomorrow. I can't stream tomorrow or Sunday. I'm back Sunday night, so I'm back for Monday. But actually, tonight I'll do this stream. I'll do videos, quick little sleep, and then I'm off. I'm going to where my family are, right? So probably no unscenes or anything this weekend. I am sorry. But you've got me here right now, right? But because I'm missing out on that, I had a dream that, like, my mom came down as I was streaming with some kids. I mean, in my mind, you lot are all about 8, 9. Whenever we're having these kind of in-depth conversations, I think you're all about that age, right? So in my mind, my mom came down with these kids. And I was, like, talking, and I was very distracted because I was obviously talking to you lot. And over there, I've got my mom, like, waving like this, and I'm like, there's some kids, and I'm like, and I'm trying to talk like this. And then all of a sudden, my dog was down here, Kia. She's a big German Shepherd. So she was coming around. I was like, I got my mom trying to get my attention. There's some kids over there. I got the dog down here. I'm trying to talk to you guys. I remember that dream. I have no idea where that came from. No, I can only imagine that it's something to do with missing out on the family thing somehow. I don't know. I have no idea. I do dream all the time. Like, some people say they don't, but I'm pretty much sure I dream every night. I never can quite remember them, but I always feel like I've been on some sort of adventure when I wake up. And that was one I remembered from the other day. So, no, I don't think I dreamed about AJ Lee, but I did dream about streaming, and it was a bit weird. So, right. Edward said, Daze, but hope you're okay. AJ return doesn't make any sense for a random episode of SmackDown. It should be Wrestle Palooza. I was at football today till 10, and I scored 2 and assisted 2. Oh, well done. Yeah, I understand that this feels like a random SmackDown. The only thing I would say is It's not the most random. We are in Chicago. This is the same building that Punk came back in. It was just that was Survivor Series, but it's still the same building. It's still going to have the same energy. And I really think this is an indicator of just how important Wrestle Palooza is. Wrestle Palooza on ESPN is so important. If you think about it, it's not often that they change networks. I mean, like, for the longest time, the PLEs were on the WWE network. And if you think about how often they were shouting about it's only $9.99, you know, Michael Cole, it was his catchphrase for years, talking about the network being just $9.99. It's only $9.99, right? And then, of course, when we went over to Peacock, that was a big change. That was a big moment. When we switched to Peacock, that was a big deal. This is a big deal. Wrestle Palooza being on ESPN and trying to get $29.99 out of people is an ask, isn't it? I mean, for the longest time, you tried to get $9.99 out of them. And then you tried to get them to subscribe to Peacock. And now it's like $29.99. If you've already got ESPN, I think you're okay. But there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, this is an inconvenience for a lot of people. And in this climate, it's hard. It's really, really hard. It's really difficult to get people to spend money that they don't have. So it's one of those where I think they do need Wrestle Palooza to be a big show. They do need that card to be unmissable. So yes, you can bring AJ back on that show and show her there for the first time. But I think they've decided that we want her on the graphic. We want everyone to know she is there. If you want to see her, please now. Don't do it on the day thinking, is she, isn't she? Shall I, shan't I? Let's get the message out now, like 15 days before. Let's get the message out so that everyone knows, yes, she is. She is going to be at Wrestle Palooza. So I do understand and kind of agree that it's a bit random that we bring her back and it is not her coming back on a show that is bigger than this, right? But equally, I think it does make sense as to why it's this show, right? So that's my interpretation. I don't know anything more than that. Benny said it's your conscience. Maybe. Could be. Super Pinky said, can we do a poll? Wrestle Palooza, who wants to see AJ kiss Becky? Sure, why not? Do you want to see AJ kiss Becky? It's a great question. It's one we were all thinking of. Han said, Daze, after that scoop by Daze Meltzer, this SmackDown seems unmissable. It could change the future of WWE. Let's see if there's any paparazzi yearning for scoops for what to expect. I mean, look, I think that scoop got blown out of proportion, if we're going to be honest. I think that it was clearly an AI response, and I don't know how much you can necessarily read into it. I think that the response just took information that was on the internet, put it into a sentence, and then, of course, that tweet got deleted by WWE a few hours after it had been posted. So part of me thinks it's sort of AI going wrong more than anything else. I certainly don't believe it was a human that typed that out, right? I don't think it was someone that sat there that knew anything. But of course, it still was coming from an official WWE channel, right? It's still WWE that have posted that. And there was talk, chatter doing the rounds that it was made up and that it wasn't a real tweet, right? Not by many people, just, you know, the fringe kind of conspiracy theorists. I have kind of addressed that, and I said that if you watch Unseen from a few days ago, not only do I show the tweet, but I hover over it so that you can see that it is a live tweet that actually came from an active account, and that account had 300,000 followers. It was the official WWE shop account. Something that obviously I checked myself by clicking on it, but also I'm guessing Fightful checked it and everyone else checked it, because when Fightful reported about it, the tweet was still up. And Wrestle Purists, when they reported on it, the tweet was still up. After a little bit, after like an hour later, they actually deleted that tweet. So, yeah, it's one of those where it's been wild. It's been really fun. I've had loads of fun with it. It's been really interesting seeing how people react to it as well. There's been some people that have said that it was made up when I swear to you, and you know anyway, it wasn't. You can go back on Unseen and see that it was a live tweet, a live link. And there's some people that have referenced me. There's some people that have not. I'm not bothered about that. There's some people that have blurred out my name. I'm not bothered about that. I don't give a flip. I don't give a flip whatsoever, right? Does not matter to me whatsoever. To me, it's just really interesting to sit back and just watch how the wrestling world sort of reacted to this news. It's as someone that like gets news and puts it in an Unseen video, it's very interesting to sort of be there as news breaks and it becomes a story and people speak about it and seeing the different sort of reactions. On Talk Sport, which is a really big radio station in the UK, they reported on it and they referred to me, not by my name, but they referred to me as a prominent wrestling account. And I was like, oh my God, love that. I'm a prominent wrestling account. I'm prominent. I'm a player. I'm a player in this game. Yeah. They didn't name me. I'm not prominent enough where you can name me and people know who I am. I'm not that prominent. But they did call me a prominent wrestling account. And I was like, love that. So, yeah, for me, no, it's just been fascinating just watching how different people react. Some people just post the reply, don't even post the original thing as well, the original message, which again, I don't care. Means no flips to me whatsoever. So, and you know, it's really funny because again, you had people going, oh my God, why do people send these messages for attention? It's like, I didn't. I had no idea WWE was going to send me that response. I put that message up as a little joke for the community, for you lot, because I thought, you know, I'm so excited for Friday. I don't have any AJ Lee merch. I know why it's not on WWE Shop. It's not on WWE Shop because she's not under a deal right now. So they can't sell merch. I know this. You know this. We know this. But I want merch. So it's kind of funny to just go, what am I meant to wear? Like normal clothes. Yeah? Why haven't you got any AJ Lee merch? Like, it was just a funny little tweet that no one but you lot would have paid attention to. It wasn't done as a way of, like, getting a scoop. It wasn't done as a... I didn't know that it was going to go flipping mental. Did I? When I typed it out. It only went mental because of WWE's response. It's the only... It didn't go mental because of what I said. It's because what they responded with. Oh, I didn't know they were going to do that. So it is really fun to just sit back and just watch the reaction to that tweet. And, yeah, I've loved it. But as a result of seeing all the different reactions, that's actually part of the joy for me. That's actually the thing I've enjoyed the most. I don't care about like it going viral, actually. I care more about just sitting and looking at how different people react to it. I actually find that really interesting. So I'm actually quite pleased. Some people blurred my name out. I'm quite pleased that not everyone mentioned me. I'm quite pleased. Some people did. I'm quite pleased, like, all the different reactions, because it's been genuinely really interesting. So, yeah, good, enjoyable. Oh, I don't think we'll ever do it again, though. It was a bit of a lightning strikes moment, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. Right, Curtis said, Daze, I'm going to go to a wrestling meet and greet next Friday, and I'm going to get a photo with Karrion and Scarlett. Curtis, have fun, my friends. Shout out to you. Yeah, I've heard they're coming to the UK next year. They're going to be doing that for the love of wrestling. My plan tonight is obviously to get the talking points video done as soon as this stream ends. We'll get all the thoughts, and it'll be very AJ Lee dominated, of course. So we'll get all of that into a quick video once we're done. And then we'll get Unseen done, you know, a little later than that. I mean, I've got to go back through the whole day and, you know, everything that's happened. So, but one of the things I did see is that Scarlett and Karrion are going to be coming to the UK next year in February to do For the Love of Wrestling. That's the big wrestling convention. So I've seen a lot of excitement around that. So yeah, well, if you're meeting them soon, enjoy that. Wild said, just think right now, she could be backstage. She could. If she was, I would imagine it would leak. If she is, they might have snuck her into a bus or something like that. Roman Reigns SCN said it's almost time. David said Tony gave Triple H 5 mil. Anna Jay confronts Becky. Yes, it's time. It's time that we bring Anna Jay to WWE. That is the true GOAT of women's wrestling. She might be good now. I mean, when I was watching, she was still learning. She felt to me like someone that needed to be in like an NXT for AEW. She might have. I mean, it's been a while since I've watched, so she might be really good now. So no shades, no shades. Right, Delwyn, look at you firing in these messages. Delwyn said, everyone who has returned to WWE because of Triple H, he doesn't get enough credit. We got Bray Wyatt in 2022. We got CM Punk at the end of 2023. Brock Lesnar last month. And now we're about 14 minutes away from AJ Lee. It's all in the Triple H era. What a crazy timeline, says Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you. I think you make a good point, actually. I think he has brought a lot of people back. I mean, not all of them have been successes, of course. There's a few he's brought back that have since ended up departing for different reasons. Not their fault. Sometimes it's injury and whatnot. He's also brought back some people that have been massive successes. And you know what? If nothing else, if absolutely nothing else, he deserves all the credit in the world for bringing back Bray Wyatt. He brought back Bray Wyatt and we got a bit more content out of Bray, right? When we absolutely might not have. Bray absolutely could have passed away without being, back in wrestling. And, we would never have had White Rabbit. We probably would not have had Nightbirds. We wouldn't have like Howdy. And Howdy, I don't know how people feel about Howdy, but there's potential there. There's certainly things we can do with Howdy. We would never have got those really touching promos from Bray where he spoke about, the fans and what they meant to him whilst he was away. And so, honestly, if for nothing else, we got that as a result of Triple H, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. You're right, CM Punk, respect that he is so mature, Triple H. He is able to kind of put to one side any sort of, stupidness. He's able to put that to one side, and he is able to just focus on what is right for the fans. I mean, he could have been a real douche and been like, what, you want me to bring back the guy that called me Vince's doofus son-in-law? The guy that caused me nothing but problems when we were... I don't think so. He could have been a real barrier to that, but he wasn't. He brought back CM Punk, and by bringing back CM Punk, that has now opened the door to bringing back AJ Lee. So you're right, Delwyn. Funky Fluffy said, if AJ Lee returns, would you remove your hat? No, but I am going to remove my shirt. Give me 1 second. I'm going to remove my shirt. I'm stripping. Woo! Da 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 bum bum. Look at this! I got some official WWE merch. Light it up, light it up, light it up, light it up, light it up. Yes! WWE couldn't come through for me. I came through myself, and it is official. It's official. WWE merch. Yeah, she better come back. She flipping better come back. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a right douche. Guys, I am ready. I hit up WWE and I said to them, guys, You've made me look stupid. I need you to come through for me. Can you please just send me something? And they were like, we got you. We got you, bro. I don't want to touch it because it's probably wet. Because it's freshly printed. I think they based it on the Kevin Owens merch. Do you remember when he was having like this kind of vibe? I think they based it on that. So, yeah, but it is official for all the haters out there. Yeah. Oh, God, you watch. There'll be people that are like, oh, I don't think it is official, you know. Stupid haters. Just can't win with some people, guys. Can't flip and win. You thought I was going to sit here in normal clothes? Normal clothes! I don't think so! Just bring her out. Bring her out. Bring her out at the start. I'm ready. I am ready. Bum, bum, bum. Let's go. War player. Shout out to you, my friends. Okay, we are in Chicago. Bring her out. Bring her out. Bring her out. Bring her out. Let's go. We are sold out in the Allstate Arena. There is Damian Priest. Laser Shot said, I'm back for her. Dean said, Daze, they could make it where AJ never gets pinned. She might not always win triple threats, but she could be the one that doesn't get pinned. It's interesting. That's interesting. Dean, I hear you. Okay, we've got Julia Meechin. That match has been made for tonight. There's Kiana as well. I need to keep on top of what actually is going to be happening on this show. Crispy Wrestling said it's time to light it up, baby. There's CM Punk. Gets out of a car on his own. Chicago's own CM Punk. And he's got Chicago Cubs. Chicago Cubs shirt on. 16,678. So we're getting towards 17,000. Sign in the crowd said, last time is now. Yes. I've got a feeling we're going to be talking about this episode of SmackDown for a long time to come, says Corey. It's happening! It's gonna happen! Ah! Ah! AJ Lee! AJ Lee! AJ Lee! Cole's on SmackDown. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Where is Joe? Is he... the football's back, isn't it? Is he connected with that, maybe? Joel said, I'm excited for SmackDown. And that says something. Jeremy said, do we think that Nikki is going to interfere in the Women's United States Championship? I don't know, actually. I mean, I suppose she must be done with Becky, because Becky is definitely done with Nikki. So, yeah, it's got to be something, hasn't it? It's got to be that she moves on to something else. I don't know that she does, though. She's over on Raw, isn't she? So I don't think that she would necessarily interfere here. Who's been sniffing around? Nikki's been lurking. Oh, when you say Nikki, you mean Nikki Cross, don't you? In my mind, I was thinking Nikki Bella. Guys, can we put full names, please? I'm old. I can't remember all these Nickis. I was thinking flipping Nikki Bella, and I was like, no, she's been in a feud with Becky, and... I think Nikki Cross won't get involved, but I think she will be lurking. I think she will be seen. So I expect that. Right. Daze, you are on my TV, said Kingville. Yeah, Kingville, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, a lot of people watch on laptops, they watch on TVs, they watch on their phones. There's lots of different ways that you can join us and enjoy the conversation. We are just waiting, though, for this show to get started. John, are we going to start with John? We're starting with John! Yes! Ah, so hyped! Here we go. Yes. Yes. We're starting with John. Right. Hypnotic said, I watch Daze on a phone and a show on the other. Yeah, this is a face that works better on a smaller screen. I would say the smallest screen possible, to be honest. I'd say the radio. Okay, here is John Cena. Guys, we asked a very probing question that had over 1,000 votes. Do you want to see AJ kiss Becky? And 53% of you are perverts. Love that. Trini said Daze knows when he is on TV and chooses not to acknowledge. Don't waste your time. Guys, I don't give a flip if WWE want to show us on TV. I don't care. I'm not a mark for myself. Am I? Flip. I'm an AEW fan anyway. I actually get offended when they show me on TV. Why don't they just not bother doing stuff like that and bring AJ Lee out quicker? That bothers me more. Who's this old man? Why is he on my screen? AJ, 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 AJ. David said, over, under. How many minutes till Brock interrupts? Oh. Well, I'm thinking that we might be setting up a match. That's what the streets were saying. The streets were saying that we might be setting up a match. So if Brock's going to interfere, I'd imagine it'll be in that match if rumors are true. Great reaction for Cena. There's a lot of people here to see Cena. A lot of people. Not me. I do love Cena though. Nothing but respect for Cena. Loads of signs actually. Look at all these signs. Oh, great crowd. But you know that Chicago is a great crowd. I tell you, people talk about France and international crowds, but gotta give USA its flowers when they deserve it. This is a great crowd. Chicago's always been a great crowd. George said, I am ready. AJ kisses Becky. So it's going to be Seth and Punk teaming. Oh, yeah. You're right. You're right. Right, we've got a thank you, Cena chant. Someone there said if Cena retires, we riot. Yeah, Cena says you've got no idea what that means. Cena says, I can see people jumping on their feet because they've got limited view seats. They just want to be part of something special. I bet they still paid about $500 for those seats. Enjoy this. Be present. Have fun. Steven, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support, buds. I wanted to give you my heart and soul and leave it all in the ring. Oh, I've got nothing planned? Oh, that's a bit disappointing. That's a shame. You probably could have had something planned. To be honest, I feel like that's probably just the WWE creative team just talking directly to us. Guys, we've got nothing planned. We're probably just going to do some more tag matches. Okay. Cena chants. Richard said, Daze, it's Richards. Hi, Richards. I think AJ Lee returns at the end tonight. I think Brock does attack John Cena, said Richards. Thank you, Richards. Okay, so he says that he's used to people saying F you, Cena, rather than thank you, Cena. He's saying this city, this building, these people are special. It's a rah-rah speech to open the show, and that's okay. You say what you want, John. You say what you want. This is his last Smackdown. That's exactly it. AJ Lee. Boy, are we in for one exciting night tonight as the crowd are chanting AJ Lee. This is my last time in the city of Chicago. I hope they're going to keep that energy for later in the show. I hope we have a really boring show. I hope it's so dull so that this crowd will keep their energy to the very end. AJ Lee. AJ Lee. Is talking about slapping Kurt. It's a party and Daze, my city, knows how to party, says Nathan. Let's go. AJ Lee chants. Just look at that crowd, said K-Dub. If AJ Lee returns, I hope it's tonight, said Ryan. Open challenge time, said Kevin. Let's do it. Let's do it. There's an argument about what the greatest crowd is. In my mind, there's no argument. There's no argument for Cena. The greatest crowds. Is he going to say Boston? I'm very thankful. You kept me honest. You made sure I gave my all. Thank you, Cena Chance. Thank you, Cena Chance. He said he's got no doubt what his favourite crowd is or what the number one crowd is. Insinuates it's Chicago, and they burst into thank you, Cena Chance. You let me experience joy. That is the Chicago way. Cena thanks Chicago for a... You're in for a hell of a night tonight, says John. You're in for a hell of a night tonight. Here comes Sammy. Here comes Sammy. Here comes Sammy. Mate, the rumors. I need this match. I need it. We've said they're trying to build up Sammy. They're trying to build Sammy. They're trying to get him ready for the Rumble next year. That's how it feels. I know not everyone is sold on Sammy. But he's getting the push that I've long felt he deserved. He was so good in the Bloodline. He was so entertaining. That match against Roman was so good. It was just waiting for the right time to actually give him a singles push, like a significant, serious singles push. This feels like it. Anyone could have interrupted John here. Yeah, boos for Sammy. Hear me out, says Sammy. I know you love John. Hear me out. It's happy hour in Chicago. I'm here for the booze. Booze again for Sammy. I wonder if they've just booked this slightly wrong. Sammy's come out and thanked Cena, and he's got a cheer for that. Thank you for everything you did for me. Listen, Sammy's got some work to do here. He's doing that work. So he faced Cena for the United States Championship. Did he just say that was in Chicago? I want to pay forwards. I want to carry this title with dignity like you did. So Sammy wants to introduce the US Open Challenge. Okay, so he says, yes, that sounds great. And Sammy's like, well, hang on, before you go, John. Buds. Just before you go, buds. One last thing. We could maybe run that tonight. John. I mean, they're going to be behind Cena in the match. It would be my honor to pay you back. Massive cheer by the crowd. I don't think the crowd heard the rumors, you know. I don't think the crowd heard the rumors that this was what we were potentially going to be getting today. Sami Zayn has said, I'll give you a shot for the belt. He's given Cena an opportunity. Oh, yeah. Booing him now, are you? Hey? Booing him now? Oh, now the crowd are like, yeah, we love this idea. Well, you don't deserve it. I heard boos when Sami came out. I'm not saying we do it next week, says Sami. I'm saying, oh, they like that idea as well, don't they? Yeah. Don't do it, Sami. Do it next week. After how they've treated you. Do it, Wrestle Palooza. I'll be like, you don't deserve this. Do you remember when you booed me moments ago? If you want some, come get some. Sami said if you want it, we can do it right here, right now. You want to have a US Championship match? Right here. Milking it. Milking it. Cena hasn't even stretched yet, said Cactus Jack. It's a good point, actually. Your arm. Handshake. There we go. Big cheer by the crowd. Let's get a referee. John Cena. Sami Zayn opens up SmackDown. Ah! Bum, bum, bum. I could see Cena winning here, said CJS. I think Sami gets it. I think Sami's going to do his open challenges. And I think he's going to get the victory here. Oh, I just hope it's a banger, mate. I just hope this match bangs. I think they might have slightly botched. I think that they might have... I don't know how you would rework it, but I think the fans aren't down on Sami. I think the fans like Sami. I think the problem is that was a real moment that the crowd just had with John. And it was John saying, thank you, I love you, you are the best, goodbye. And then Sami comes out, you've interrupted the GOAT, or you've stole his spotlight. The spotlight is on John, and now here's Sami. What, to get a bit of that spotlight? Like, what does Sami need to say that this crowd need to hear? There's really very little. Turns out what he did say is one thing they did need to hear, but you can understand why they were like, we're having a moment here, Sami. We don't really need you involved. And that resulted in boo, boo. But as soon as Sami gets in there and he thanks John and says, like, you know, you've meant a lot to me. The crowd appreciated that. I just wanted to thank you in person. The crowd appreciated that. You gave me an opportunity. I want to pay that back. I'd like your permission to do the US Open challenges. Crowd were okay with that. Then as soon as he goes, John, how about we do a match? Then the crowd are really on board. All of a sudden, this crowd, I don't think had heard the rumor of this match. So I think actually they are caught off guard when Sami comes out and actually says, let's do a match here and now. I don't think this crowd were expecting that. I think this crowd thought that Sami was going to come out and steal some of that spotlight. Which you could argue he potentially has, but I think Cena using this opportunity to build up some current talent a little more is obviously a good way of using him. Right, who asked for this match? But Sami Geeks, said Zoom Station. Oh, I'd imagine there's a fair few, you know. I mean, I don't know. Sami's like one of the best in-ring workers. I mean, his match quality is consistently very, very good. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Maybe it's hard for me to speak. I am a fan of Sami's work, as people know. Seeing him get opportunity is right up my street. But this match is going to bang. Surely. With John Cena in his groove now, and Sami just being Sami, you know. I mean, the feud against Carrion was not very good, but we've seen Sami have some really good matches against Gunther. Really good match earlier this year against Kevin Owens. So, yeah, the Carrion feud post WrestleMania was a bit flat. But, I don't know, man. I'm thinking this looks quite heelish. So I would have Sami win, and then I would bring Brock out. I'd bring Brock out after. You could make the argument about Cena being protected. You could make the argument about, you know, using Lesnar as a distraction or something like that. But I think the point of doing this match is to make Sami look good as well. I don't know what message it sends if you actually have him winning as a result of Lesnar interference. Right, here we go. We are underway with the match. Please be good. Benny said, where's the AJ Lee wig and painted abs? Well, I don't need painted abs. I mean, I've just naturally got those. Wigs. I mean, you might be able to see a little bit at the back under the beanie, but do you know what I mean? The beanie is just part of who I am. If I take the beanie off, I just lose all my momentum. I become an average streamer if I take the beanie off. It's got all my powers. I'm Nice arm drag there. Crowd are very much with John. This is a very pro-John crowd tonight. Daze, can you make a vote on whether Brock spoils the match? Yeah. Will Brock interfere during the match? Yes. During. No. After. No Brock at all. There we go. 3 options for you. Is going to interfere during the match, after the match, or no Brock at all. Okay, John in control. He's got Sammy down. Roblox Clown said, I think John is going to lose because while fighting Sammy, it could go that both get knocked out. Brock Lesnar comes out, F5s John, and it means Sammy retains. We all know Lesnar comes out during. It's going to be a Chicago Suplex City, said Real James. Nine Dot Holiday said, if AJ comes back, there won't be enough peanut butter. I'm shutting the peanut butter plant down. I am doing Dong to open Peanut Palooza. Nine Dot Holiday, thank you. Right now, we've got Sammy in control. Crowd very much not into Sammy winning this one. They want to see John get that United States Championship. Nice suplex there by Sammy. Sammy going for the cover. 1, 2, and shoulder up there by Cena. We're already nearly half an hour into the show. Cena down. Sammy standing over Cena, grabbing John. How special this is for Sammy. How special. Let's go, Cena. I think we've got a Let's Go Cena. Sammy sucks champ. Suplex there by Cena. Cena trying to come back into this. The only thing that Sammy can really do in this moment is just give a good account of himself. Just the best thing they can do is just put on the best match possible. Cena charges into the corner. And Sammy moves out the way. Right now, Sammy going over, grabbing a hold of John. John in the corner. Sammy looking to hurl John over the other side. John goes into the corner. John goes down. Sammy just whipping John into the corners. Crowd booing away. Right now, Sammy grabbing a hold of John. John trying to get back up to his feet, but he's a bit of a dead weight here at the moment as Sammy gets him, backs him in the corner. John goes over the other side into the corner again. So Sammy just hurling John into the corners. Crowd again continuing to boo. Kai Play said AJ Lee is in Chicago with Paige right now. Right now, again, we've got Sammy trying to hurl John over, but John reverses. It's Sammy. Lovely bump there by Sammy. Sammy went hard into the corner. So Sammy hurled into the corner, but he absolutely went flying into that top turnbuckle. Right now, we've got Sammy trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Oh, clotheslines coming in. Both guys down. Are we at commercial break? I think that was a really short... Yeah, we are, unfortunately. I think the pace of this is going to be quite slow until we end up coming back from commercial break. Daze, how do we think that they'll reveal AJ? I can't imagine it'll be Becky Punk altercation. That's a bit obvious. What if they debut AJ like they did Punk at the very end? The camera pans back as if it's done and then bam. Well, I mean, I expect them all to be in the ring. There was people asking, will AJ come out with Punk? I don't think they would do that. I expect them all to be in the ring. And I expect her music to hit. I mean, you're right. Maybe she doesn't actually come down and speak. That would probably be wise. We've got a few more segments to go until we get to Wrestle Palooza. So actually having her return and having her speak all on the same episodes is a lot. I mean, really, as you said, bring her out, have her in the entranceway, have a wave at Becky, right? As the crowd are just going, AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee, like as people are going bananas. I think you could be right. I think you just bring her back right at the very end and take it out of the playbook. Right now we got John down. We got Sammy in control again. We are still at commercial break. Hannah said, Daze, today you get your WrestleMania moment when AJ Lee comes back. I feel like this year we've got the strongest women's division, unless there is another year that we can think of. Well, I mean, if there was any other years, it would only be recent years. We know that up until the women's revolution in 2015, women's wrestling was kind of total divas, and I don't think that there's a stronger division than what we have in the recent years. I mean, who have we lost? We lost Sasha, so that does feel like a blow. But really, other women that we've kind of parted ways with, we never got going with Toni Storm. Would be lovely to have her still on the roster. But with Stephanie and Julia and Alexa back, and Charlotte and Tiffany and Roxanne and AJ coming back, Nikki around, Becky still around, like, yeah. Obviously, Becky has been hotter 2018, 2019. She was hotter than she is now, but you can't see me. 5-knuckle shuffle, going for it. Boom, connects. Cena connects on Sammy. Sammy getting over against the ropes. Cena has got Sammy measured. Sammy getting up, turns around. Cena looking for the AA. He's got Sammy on his shoulders. Sammy goes down. Sammy, duck underneath. Blue Thunderbomb. Blue Thunderbomb gets it. 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by John. Sammy feeling the effects of that 5-knuckle shuffle. Managed to get out of that AA into a Blue Thunderbomb. Blue Thunderbomb works so well for Sammy. Always ignites the crowds. But this is obviously a very pro Cena crowds. They are right behind John. They want to see that last final magic moment. Sammy right now on the shoulders of John, gets back down. Kick to the midsection by Sammy. Goes over to the corner. Sammy goes up. Oh, gets caught. Into the AA. Into the AA. Connects. John, 1, 2. Oh, Sammy survives. Sammy survives. So, AA there by John. It's a lovely AA as well. Lovely AA. But shoulder up there by Sammy. This match continuing. This match continuing. But holy smokes. My boss is an idiot, said King Yeti. Alex said, I'm glad they're giving us Sammy John just that one last time. So many great Cena matches. This is one that I would have wanted. Definitely. So many great Cena matches, though. There is going to be a few we're going to really still miss out on, sadly. Right now, Sammy with Cena. A couple of elbows coming in there by Cena. Kick to the midsection. Sammy over against the ropes. Got him up. Power bomb. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up again there by Sammy. Crowd thought that was it. Some in the crowd were like, that was a 3, ref. That was a 3. Yeah, right now we are still continuing. Look at that. Bang. It's a nice power bomb. Do you know what? This crowd is so invested in John doing this. The ref's getting it now. The ref's getting it now. Black Onyx said, Daze, what if it's not AJ Lee, since that would be obvious, but it's Serena Deeb? She was part of the Straight Edge family. I think that would be quite miscalculation. Shoulder first. This crowd are in no doubt as to who they're hoping to see. Sammy looking for the haluva, comes in, but John moves. John moves. John picks up Sammy. Sammy planted. 1, 2. Sammy kicks out. Sammy kicks out. Crowd are loving it, you know. I mean, like, the crowd are so invested because of it being John. They're on their feet. Ref, you suck chants. We're just seeing the fans in the crowd. Like that woman, she was like, ah. They really want John to do this. Right now, Cena goes over, grabs a hold of Sammy. John helping Sammy up to his feet. Do we think that Cena's last SmackDown match, because he loses, goes against Brock? This is Cena's last one, Jake. Yes. Do we think this is Cena's last one? I mean, like, this is expected to be his last SmackDown. Kick coming in there by John. Shot coming back there by Sammy. John going back against the ropes. They clothesline each other. Both guys go down. It's good. Hey, listen, say what you want, but think about the quality of matches we've been getting on SmackDown. This is up there. This is better than those kind of singles guys being put in tag matches or tag guys being put in singles matches. Chicago definitely playing their part, though, bringing lots of energy. Oh, look at that, an ankle lock! An ankle lock by John! Oh, love that by John. Paying tribute to Kurt Angle. And it makes total sense for him to do that in this match. This is going to be so much fun of John doing this in his matches, as he basically uses it as a way to say thank you. Oh, now we're in the STF. Now he's paying tribute to himself. Oh. Crowd are saying tap, 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 tap. Sammy reaching over for the rope. Sammy trying to get over again, trying to reach over to that rope. No joy. John grabbing the leg of Sammy, pulling him back to the middle. Sammy in trouble. Sammy in trouble. Oh. Mate, this place will explode. If Sammy taps, this place is going to explode. Sammy again trying to crawl his way over. Desperately trying to get over. Reaching out towards that rope. Oh my God. John again going to drag Sammy to the middle. No, Sammy flips over. Manages to get out. He's got him up on the shoulders. He's going to do Sammy with an AA. Connects. Sammy. 1, 2. No, you can't beat him that way. You can't. The fans will riot. You can't beat John with an AA. These fans will lose their minds. They'll invade, and then we won't get the AJ Lee return. Right now, we've got Sammy down, middle of the ring. Great match, said Jason. Daze, did you see Big E posting about him and AJ? Yes, I did, Jeremiah. I did. I've not been able to keep up with social media, but I did see that post. It's nice. It's nice. I bet there's lots of people thinking about AJ and their time with AJ. Sleazeboy said AJ returns, Y2 AJ, that is, and partner with CM Punk and use the power of the same learning tree to fight off Becky and Seth. Oh, here we go, AA! Connects! 1, 2. Oh, it's another kick out. It's another kick out. Another one. Another one. Sami Zayn digging deep. Corey Graves said, this has got to be disheartening for John. So good. Ref, you suck is the chant. The fans are letting the ref know they are not impressed. Well, we'll end our poll as we get into the end of this match. Right now, we're just getting a wide shot. And we got the graphic up on screen. So, will Brock interfere during the match? Yes. 53% say it'll be during the match. 28% say it'll be after the match. And only 18% think he won't be at all. Here's Sammy. Going over to the corner. John Cena in the corner. Sammy charges in. Helluva connects. John goes down. Sammy, 1, 2. Cena survives. That Helluva was sweet. It was sweet. Yeah, that was his best effort. He's managed to hit the Blue Thunder Bomb. He's managed to hit the Helluva, and it's as good a Helluva as you can get. Sweet Helluva, mate. That was so sweet. Right now, we've got both guys down. John is down after taking the Helluva. Sammy is down. Just in shock. He's just talking to the ref. Right now, Sammy grabbing a hold of John. Crowd are chanting again for Cena as Sammy goes back to the corner. Great match, said Charcelino, MCFC. Okay, Sammy is going up. Great match, said Brony. Super Cena, says Brandon. Here's Cena again. Sammy rolls, gets out the way, on the shoulders. Another AA. Can Sammy reverse it? He's got it. No, a GTS! A GTS! 1, 2, Sammy! Oh, my God, a GTS in Chicago! Oh, my God! Chicago would have lost it if John Cena had just beat Sami Zayn with a GTS. Chicago would have melted. It would have melted. It would have just imploded. It would be now a flipping black star. Threatening all of us. Ref, you suck is the chant once again. Ref, you suck. Maybe Jimmy and wait, that GTS was better than Punk's, said Reese. Cena back in the corner. He's trying to get Sammy to get up. Big match, John. He's trying to get Sammy up. Sammy on his feet. Cena charges in. A spear. Tribute to Edge. 2. Oh, was that a tribute to Edge or was it a tribute to Roman? It's a tribute to anyone that does a spear. It was a tribute to Bron Breakker. Sammy down. It's an Edge and Roman tribute. RKO, they're chanting RKO, 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 RKO. I kind of like the idea of him going for the RKO, and I kind of like the... Oh my God, he's doing it! John is teasing the RKO. Oh my God. Here he goes for it. No, denied. Clothesline, he went for the RKO. Right now, we got Sammy in the corner. God, this is so much fun having John do other people's moves. This is so much fun. Right now, we've got Sammy. He's going to go for a Super AA. Sammy, though, is fighting his way out. That RKO moment is sick. He doesn't get it. But I'm sure he will get it at one point. Oh, massive AA! Huge! Huge! Sami Zayn's over the other side of the ring. Oh, mate, he threw him into a different state. Oh, my God. What a match. What a match. The thing is, John can't capitalize. Because John has took too much damage himself. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Oh, now Brock comes out. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think this is going to make Sammy look good. I don't think this match was massively helping Sammy anyway, to be honest. But Brock is here. Brock coming down to the ring. And actually, what's the reaction that he's getting? What is the reaction he's getting? Brock in the ring. Listen to the reaction. Picks up Sammy. F5 to Sammy. Mixed reaction to that. Now he goes after Cena. So is this just going to lead in no result then? Is that how they're going to book it? You can't have Sammy pin and win after that. No. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. We're not going to get a conclusion to this match, are we? It's just going to, be a no contest. The bell didn't ring. Crowd are booing Brock. That's understandable. Jim said, if Cena ever does the rack attack before the end of his career, I might die of laughter. I want to see that now. Yeah, they're booing Brock. Brock picking up John again. Plants him down. If Sammy pins Cena now, this is going to be such a bad look. So what do we do? What do we do? Brockberg said Zoom Station. Brony said death taxes Brock Lesnar squashing Cena. Please don't have Sammy pinning Cena now. That's going to make him look so bad. A-hole chance. Brock looks back towards the ring. And Brock heads to the back. Cena down in the middle of the ring. And the show goes to commercial break. So, what do we do? Just that's it. I can't wait for Cena to break out the tombstone pile driver, said James. Well, do I do the poll? I don't know what I do. Is the match over? It's got to be, innit? 50 minutes in. Well, okay. I can't do a poll. I don't know. I'm guessing the match is done. K-Dub said, Sammy put on a banger with Cena. Brock destroys everyone. No shame there, says K-Dub. It's just unsatisfying that we invest in a match of that quality, a match that we won't get again. I mean, we won't get Sammy and Cena again. And there's just not a finish. I mean, I suppose in a way, you know, that's a bit of a story of SmackDown and Raw, isn't it? It's been lots of times this year where we've had outside interference and things like that. But honestly, I really didn't think they would do it in that match. I thought that they would have Sammy find a way of, you know, maybe John goes for a move that he's not used to going for. As a result, you know, Sammy reverses it, manages to just get the three. Cena kicks out on 3, but, you know, handshake after or something like this, blah, blah, blah. Then Brock comes down. But, like, to do that match and have Brock come down in the middle of it, and then I don't even know what that's going to be. Do they just say it's a no contest? Don't know. The reaction for Brock was boos. There was no chance He obviously had not been advertised, but there was big rumours he was going to be on this show. But there was no chance for Brock. I think WWE would be very worried about Chance, because obviously he is involved in things. He is caught up in things. So, yeah, there was nothing like that. There was no time, really, for anything like that. And, yeah, that was it. Done. Right, how long is it till we come back? We got 1 minute and 10 seconds, and then we'll be back with the show. I think that spear was a tribute to Rhino, said Benny. Right, we've got a minute to go until we go back. We've got about an hour and 10 minutes left of this show. And obviously, it's all about AJ Lee. Very, very excited. So we are just waiting as we are heading towards probably going to be another hour, isn't it? We probably got an hour to go, and then we'll be in AJ Lee territory. We know we've got to do Julia Meacham. We've got to do Aleister Black, Damian Priest. So I think things will just settle down a little bit now. I think things will just kind of dip down momentarily, but. You know, they're still going to want to keep that vibe going. They're still going to want to keep that energy going. We might get some backstage segments or something like that. AB said, I like your AJ Lee match. Thank you, buds. Yes, WWE, very kind, sending this through. They knew that I was really after something for Friday and, you know, just managed to get some official WWE merch sorted, so... I don't know if you guys will be able to buy this version on WWE Shop. You might be able to. What did we get in that? We got the spear. We got RKO attempt. We got the ankle lock. Okay, so we've come back from the commercial break. They're just talking about what had happened. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Brock lays out Sammy. Lays out John. There's, hey John, I'll see you at Wrestle Palooza. So there we go. Brock said, well, see you at Wrestle Palooza backstage. Wrestle Palooza. Well, what did you think about that match? Here's Nick Aldis. Carmelo. I can't do this right now, Carmelo. Okay, here's Miz. Nick Aldis. Oh. Hello, car arriving. Out steps. Is it going to be big time? It's big time. Big time's here. Smile on the face of Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch has arrived. Damian Priest. Damian Priest, Aleister Black next. Okay. Ninja said Brock is scheduled for the next 2 Smackdowns. I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen the next few weeks. Extraordinario said, Daze, who's going to win in John Brock at Wrestle Palooza? Honestly, you could go either way, couldn't you? I mean, it would probably make sense to have Brock win, because I'm thinking they're going to want to do some more with him going forwards. I don't know that John needs to beat Brock. I mean, Brock's just been away a long time. Maybe just build him up as this monster heel. I mean, if he loses to John, does that give him any sort of momentum? I've got to think that Brock goes in as favourite to that match. Okay, we got a video package for Alistair. Wrestle Andy said Daze Brock versus Gunther at Mania. Cool. Brock, Sammy are going to feud on SmackDown before Wrestle Palooza, says Iron Sentinel. Connor said, I'm going to give that Sammy John match a 6 since the Brock interference. Okay, Damien, Alistair. Damien versus... I never know how you spell Alistair like that. Alistair. Something like that. That'll do. Good enough. Okay. Brock is money, and ESPN Wrestle Palooza will be Mania on steroids, said Word of Wrestling. Curtis said this should be another fantastic match. Right, Damian Priest is making his way down to the ring. Maybe Brock loses it after losing to Cena. Oh, Alistair's come down. We're not doing messing around with entrances here. Oh, big shot coming in there by Damien. Into the barricades goes Alistair. Yeah, I think probably we've overrun a little bit. I mean, we've done nearly 50 odd minutes of just Cena. And I don't know that we've got time for entrances for Alistair, whatever. So he comes running down and getting into the ring now. Damien has been knocked into that front row. Alistair goes through, sits in the ring cross-legged as I think we're about to go to commercial break. Wrestle Palooza, ESPN, 20th of September. Let's go. Let's go. Bum, bum, bum. Right. It makes sense to bring Brock back. WWE has no monsters left, says AEW Pick Feeds. Bertha Faye at ringside, said Zoom Station. Nathan said, I've got Alistair and the Wyatts and possibly AJ Lee. What do you mean, buds? Alex said, God, that is going to be a long-ass day. Yeah, I think we're going to get quite a few adverts now. I think, did we manage to avoid a few? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a couple less than what we would normally get at the start. And they might kind of, we might get flooded a bit with them now as we approach the second hour. Benny said, so far, this show is like a 8 at the halftime. God, we haven't done halftime in like probably over 12 months, have we? I think they're stacking the ads at the start of the show to have a clear 20 minutes to the end. I think you could be right, buds. I think you could be right. Wrestle with Andy's like a 3-hour show would be great. Well, if there's one week that you could get away with it, it's probably this week, isn't it? Daze, what do you think Brock is going to do in the next 2 SmackDowns? Don't know, buds. I think it's really hard to advertise Brock because there's really... I don't want to say mixed feelings. I don't know that there's two... I don't know how many... there are people that are cheering for Brock and excited to have Brock back. I am not one of them people. But, you know, it's... whatever. I just don't care. I don't care. It's so hard to talk about Brock. I don't give a flip. I absolutely do not give a flip. I would have loved for that match to have just ended with a proper finish. Even if Cena had won it, actually get a proper finish. Brock comes down. We don't get it. Thankfully, they could have booked that worse. We could have had Sammy pinning John after that. That would have just buried Sammy. I mean, Sammy was fighting an uphill battle here anyway. This is John's last SmackDown. And, of course, the crowd are going to be with John. It's a little bit like how Cody had to deal with this situation at WrestleMania. You know, the crowd were with John. Of course they're with John. And so Sammy had a taste of that here tonight. So would have been nice to have had a clean finish. We didn't get it. I can think of many other matches I'd rather get than Cena Brock at Wrestle Palooza. But, you know, whatever. They're doing it. We'll watch it. I'll just keep watching the reaction. That was a very anti-Brock crowd. But what you can't tell is, are they anti-Brock because of the Janelle Grant stuff? Or are they anti-Brock just because he's a heel and he just interrupted the match and he attacked John? Don't know. It's hard to get a read as to why they're booing Brock. Okay, Damian Priest is making his way down to the ring. He was heading to... he's being helped to the back there momentarily. Alistair stomping away on Damian. Damian going to the outside. Right, less than an hour left of this show. Less than an hour left. Okay, Alistair Black on the outside. Sign in the crowd says, get the F back. I mean, we can't. The World Wildlife Fund won't let us. Alistair getting in the ring. Damian down. Alistair looking over at Damian. Damian is over against the ropes. Referee's checking on Damian. Damian's like, yeah, I can go. Alistair charges in. Damian swings and misses. The story they're telling here is that Damian is weakened. And kick coming in there by Alistair. Keep getting your votes in, by the way, for that first match. What did you think about it? What did you think about that opening match? Shot coming in there by Alistair. Alistair coming in and a kick coming in there to Damian. AB said, all we are waiting for is to see Seth and Becky dress up like Wanda and Vision for Halloween. Another shot coming in there by... oh, that's lovely little submission being applied here by Alistair. Yeah, really pulling back on the arms of Damian. Damian, middle of the ring. Right now we got Damian going down, roll up to... no joy. Alistair up, kick coming in there by Alistair. Damian being kept grounded. We've still got Michin, Julia still to come. Over in the corner. And the way that everyone's been talking, Corey said tonight is going to be special. Cena said tonight is going to be special. I mean, it really feels like tonight is going to be special. Right now we got Damian Priest coming over. Big boot coming in there by Alistair. Big knee coming in by Alistair. Alistair perched on that middle rope. Double knees. Meteora. She was in a local gym where her buddy Matthews and King work out, says Leanne. Who was that, Leanne? Who was in a local gym? 6 Cena appearances now. Is it 6? We're down to 6. Wow. We're down to 6. Okay, we're back at commercial break again. Fewer Duchess said, I think Becky's going to come out to Anthems. Alistair needs a pay-per-view match, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah. Right now is trying to get the better of Damian Priest. He's trying to choke out Damian using that rope as well. Middle rope. Alistair and Damian should be in a tag team, said Mike. First do a big run where neither really gets the one up, but then they beat the hell out of each other and they have a moment of respect. Curtis said, this has got to be the best in-ring work we've seen during the adverts ever in the Cena match. Great stuff all throughout. Nolan said, is Seth Rollins enjoying his new Shield 2.0? While they use Shield's theme and wear Shield's attire, including Paul. Well, they're the Vision, aren't they, at the moment? I don't think they're trying to make them the next Shields. Obviously, Becky's in the group now as well. Apparently, she is an official member. But, yeah, I really feel like that group needs someone that can take losses. I feel like that group needs someone that can be pinned. Sounds like a weird thing to say, but that group does need a bit of a weak link. It's funny, actually. I watched the Cody Bruce Pritchard interview, and Cody said one of the things that Dusty used to say about War Games teams is you always need someone on there that's the weak link. You always need someone on there that can be like, the person that takes the pin. And I feel like in Seth's group, he's got that problem. Seth can't take pins. It's horrible seeing Braun and Bronson getting pinned. I don't like seeing that at all. But if you had an Austin Theory in there, or you had someone in there like Ethan Page that could be that weak link, could be trying really hard, really sorry about letting the group down, but keeps getting pinned and keeps being the weak link, eventually the group turns on them and they become a breakout star that way. But it would allow you to kind of have a weak link in the group then. I think the group needs that. This group are not just going to keep winning. I mean, they haven't even been winning right now. They lost at flipping SummerSlam. So I just don't like seeing Braun and Bronson taking the L's, taking the pins, eating the pins. Are we still at commercial break right now? Where are we? Yeah, we got 26 seconds to go. Tyler said, Daze, Cena possibly referring to Carrion in his promo. He was talking about fans using their voice to bring people back. I think he was probably talking AJ. The crowd took it as AJ. That's when we got those AJ Lee chants. So I think it's probably more a reference to AJ. Who do we think will be the fifth member of Survivor Series for the Vision if they go against Punk, AJ Lee, Roman, J, LA Knight? I don't know that they would do that. I don't know that they would put like a woman in there if there's only one other woman for them to face off against. I don't know. I mean, we've not done that. So, I mean, it would be like original to kind of mix the genders in there. But I'm not sure they'll do that. Right now, we got Alistair landing back down on his feet. Billy said AJ comes back to help Punk. Plot twist. The Vision takes Larry as their new member. I wonder if Larry would come into a storyline. You probably could bring Larry into a storyline too. Alistair with the cover, no joy. So this match underway. Let's end the poll because I'm guessing this match is going to end relatively soon. So 51 said it was great, 25 said it was good, 19 said all-time, 2% said it was bad. That comes out as great 70. Great 70 for our opening match. Very, very good. Very good. Right, shot coming in there by Damien. We are underway with the action at the moment. I feel like social media has just slowed down a little bit. So much chatter around Cena and around that match, and so much excitement. It's kind of settled down a little bit now. I feel like we've got the calm before the storm. CM Punk is live tonight. That's what I've got on screen. CM Punk live tonight. We've already done the Cena thing. I mean, they've got to have something big, haven't they? It's gonna be her. Come on. It's gonna be her. Shot coming in there by Damien. And again. Daze, how come you didn't notice when you was on TV, said Indy? It's not about not noticing, but it's about not giving a flip. I've said before, I don't put my reaction clips up for that. And there's lots of people that are like, oh, I hate these people that put reaction clips up just to get on TV. I don't do it for that reason. I do it so that people know we exist and that we do these streams and that we can reach out and find new people that might enjoy joining us. So that's why I put my kind of clips up on TikTok. If WWE take them and use them, I have no control over that. I'm not down on it. I'm not against it. But I'm not a mark for myself. Right now we got Damien going up, crossbody, down goes Alistair. Damien back up on his feet. Irish Sam, shout out to you, buds. Sue them, sue them, sue them. Yeah, should actually, you're right. Edge of the ring goes Alistair. Right now, Damien has managed to get back into this match and is stripping the commentary table. So Damian Priest strips the commentary table, grabs a hold of Alistair. He's going to look to powerbomb Alistair. Picks him up. He's going to go for a razor's edge, but that table doesn't break. The table doesn't break. EST, appreciate it, buds. Never retire. Don't worry. With the tiny amount of income this channel generates, I don't think I ever will. Right, straps are coming down. Damian Priest is bringing the straps down. Alistair Black is in the corner. Damian is coming over. He grabs a hold of Alistair. Damian Priest looking out around the Allstate Arena. Alistair's got a hold of the ref. Ref into Damian. Ah, Black Mass. Black Mass connects. 1, 2, 3. And he gets him. There we go. Shouldn't that be a DQ, said Glockness. Ref's discretion. Ref's discretion. I'm just putting an update out on social media for people. Update, no AJ Lee yet. Crying face. That's my update. Okay, let's go. Bring her out now. Maybe she could interrupt during this match, Julia, against Meechin. AJ Lee. AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee. That match was said all game. Yeah. Why are they booking Damien to lose so much, said Tyler. I think they tried to book it so that he looked as strong as possible. Obviously, he got jumped. He was pretty, fighting from behind the curve throughout the majority of that match. And then, of course, the end even had a screwy finish, so... I think, he takes the loss, but I don't know that he looks like a loser too much in people's eyes. Those kind of matches, I don't really know what they achieve, really. I mean, it gives Alistair a win, but it doesn't really make him look good. I mean, he had to jump Damien, and then he had to do some nonsense with the ref, and then hit a Black Mass kind of sneakily. I mean, I wish there wasn't as much nonsense. There's a lot of nonsense. Nonsense ruined that first match with John and Sammy. I've no doubt you would have scored that higher if it wasn't for Brock getting involved. And then nonsense in that match has just resulted in that being... There is something to be said for just some flipping clean finishes. Some clean results. Right, get your scores in, though. What did you think about that match? Wrestle Andy said it's hard to describe why, but AAA Black and Gold vibes to me. Daze, it's Alistair, said Tang Ella. Thank you, my friends. I will try and remember that for the future. I really don't ever remember how to spell it. I'm not spelling it incorrect on purpose. I used to struggle with Michael, believe it or not. Michael, I never used to know if it was the A or the E. But then I looked at it and saw that it was the A that comes first. And so I just remember it now thanks to the alphabet. A comes first in the alphabet, so A comes first in Michael. Because I used to write it E-A-L. And you'd look at it and go, I don't think that's right. Is that right? I'm not sure. And, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm just stupid. God, Guys, I think I'm an idiot. Everyone's like, I don't struggle with Michael. It's like the easiest name, and I'm here going. I mean, I don't struggle with Bob or anything like that, you know. Some people spell it that way as well, though. What, with the E first? Do they? Do they? Hang on, let me type that in now. Michael. Yeah, you're right. There are some that do. But then, are they correct spellings? Or is that where people have got it wrong as well? I can find names that have got it as, I mean, the problem is I've got two spellings. It's funny, actually. I think I've stumbled on something here. Because, I mean, look, I've got listen to Michael Jackson with E-A-L, right? But then if you go down here, I've got Michael Jackson listed as A-E-L. So clearly he only spelt it one way. He wasn't switching it around, was he? So actually, maybe I've just stumbled on a problem that other people have as well. Oh my God, I'm not alone. I am not alone. But anyway, back to wrestling. Yes, I am exactly the same with Alistair. I never know if there's an E, an A, I, where the flip you put the letters. Daze, what's the prediction on how they'll present her? Yeah, I kind of like what was said earlier about just bring her out. I don't think she needs to talk. Just do a big segment, have Punk, Seth, Becky do the work, and then do the match at Wrestle Palooza, mixed tag match. Have them say you haven't got a partner. Have Punk say, who said I don't have a partner? I've got a partner. I've got a very local partner. Whatever you want to say. There's a million different ways you can word it. Bring her out. Music hits. We all cry. And, you know, we get one of the greatest returns of all time. Chicago flipping loses their mind. Chicago are dialed in, man. You know, John only had to say, you guys have the power to bring people back. And the crowd go, AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee. This crowds are here. They are ready. They are vocal. If she is backstage, I really hope she's chatting. I hope this is going to be an episode on Unreal. I need all this. I need to see her in the builds. I need to see the nerves. I need to see her backstage. I need to see her bumping into different women that have dreamed of competing with AJ at one point. And I need to see her coming in. Listen, WWE know that all of that is gold. They know all of that is content that people are going to want to see. So I've got to think they're recording it. I'd imagine I don't think they'll do a documentary just on it. They could. If we had the network, they would. But perhaps it just features as part of Unreal. It should. Right, Canelo, Crawford coming up. Aubrey. Eva Marie loves her fans. Yeah, all five of them. Okay, number 4 in the USA today is Canelo Crawford Countdown. Connor said, we want AJ. Does anyone else think the NFL game on YouTube is going to kill SmackDown's ratings, said Armando? Do you think so? I mean, apparently the ratings for the football have been through the flipping roof this year. I don't know. Randy Orton and Drew, we've got a little promo thing here. Bang. Right, 42 minutes. Let's see if she's there. So right now, you're not willing to pull the trigger when it counts. You think you've got a superpower where you can read people's minds? Well, you don't. Randy Orton says to Drew, you don't know what's coming for you. bum. Okay, so is this going to be Wrestle Palooza then? Smackdown. Nope. Next Friday. Drew, Randy, next Friday. Drew, Randy, next Friday. Brock Lesnar is back and live. They are advertising him in advance. Now that is interesting. That is going to be the first show where they are advertising him in advance. We're getting all these matches announced now, which is really interesting. Normally we do this much later. Okay, Kathy Kelly. Backstage with Tiffany. I wonder if they're going to do like an exclusive interview with AJ after. I wonder if Kathy can get her words. I don't think that's wise. I think it's probably wise to leave it to next week, you know? Is someone in the background? I saw some movement back there. Can't quite make it out, but there does appear to be someone standing back there in a hood. There's someone in a hood at the back, but I can't make out who it is, you know. I don't even know if we're meant to notice them. Okay, here's Nia. She's talking to Jades. Hooded geese in an outfit. Yeah, that would be really fun if that was like AJ, wouldn't it? And that was actually her, and then we later find out she was in the background of that segment. If she was, we called it. We saw it. If that was her, we saw her. Called it. Okay, here's Julia. We're going to our next match. Nikki or AJ said Tangela. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Julia making her way down. She doesn't have that weird mask anymore. You know, the one that looks a bit like Alien? This looks like a really souped up pandemic mask that she's got now. It's like she expected the lockdown to go a lot longer, so she really invested in like a really expensive pandemic mask. It's like really thick and big like this. But there we go. She's made her way down. That mask has been given over to Kiana. We've just got another Wrestle Palooza advert. It's not really an advert, is it? It just not every commercial break, but just once in a while. Once in a while, we just get a little glimpse of Wrestle Palooza. They just let us know it's going to be on ESPN. Dun, dun, dun. Right, 35 minutes, kids. The excitement has just dipped down, I would say. I think we know we're not going to get until the very end of the show, so it is just a case of waiting about half an hour now. But, I mean, mate, we could be half an hour away from AJ Lee. When I say the excitement has dipped down, it's gone from nuclear to just slightly nuclear. And very quickly it will go back to absolutely unbearable. Dormouse said, thank you, everyone. I am honoured. Much respect. Dormouse, let me hit the confetti. Here we go. Oh, it's been doing this recently, where it won't actually confetti. Hang on. There we go. I exploded a bit early, to be honest. I am so sorry. I didn't expect it to kind of happen that way. I was nervous. We've all had a drink. This was just a big moment for me. I didn't expect it to kind of go off like that, but, you know. Oh, you know, but there we go. And honestly, once it goes, it just keeps going. Yeah. Once you, like Pringles say, once you pop, you just can't stop. And I do very much subscribe to that. And in fact, we should get quite a shower in a minute. And if anyone deserves it, it's Dormouse. It's Dormouse that deserves it. Deserves to be showered. Johnny said, get some Blue Chew. I've already got some, mate. I've already got some. I don't know if that helps or hinders, to be honest. But here we go. Oh, my God. It's going off. It's going in my eyes. It's going in my eyes. Oh, Jesus. I can't see. Is AJ back? Is AJ back? Oh, my God. You get the gist. So, Dormouse, you deserve it. Jeremiah says, Daze, I'm predicting we hear AJ's music and then Becky comes out. That would be fun. I'll take that. I'll take a little swerve. As long as we get her by the end of the show. Okay, right. Next match is going to be Julia Meechin. Julia Meechin next. Garrett saying congrats to Dormouse. Okay, Julia Meechin. Johnny said that's what she said. Buffalo Daze said that doesn't normally happen. Oh my God, we got Becky. Oh, how's it going? I didn't know you was going to be here. I'm dealing with a lot. We're in Chicago. I know Punk's in the building. Okay, yeah. Yeah. No more issues tonight. No. Give you some space. No more. AJ Lee. AJ Lee. AJ Lee. AJ Lee. No more issues. I think that's going to have sorted it. That probably is going to mean we don't get AJ now. Okay, Colby White was shown. Okay, there's Julia, 69. 69 days as champion. No wonder I was going off. Yes. Let's go. Meechin making her way down. She's getting ready to do champ things. Meechin gets in the ring. Oh, God, I really hope this match is good, you know. I really hope this is good. These women have been wanting for their match for 7 minutes. It is true. Good things come to those that wait. AJ Lee. AJ Lee. Well, we've been waiting 10 years. I think they can wait 7 minutes. Do you think it was Nikki who was in the background? I don't know why she would be wearing a hoodie if she was. I think if she was in the background, she would be in her normal attire. There did seem to be someone in a hood, but it could honestly have been no one. I mean, I need to just mention it during our talking points video after, but you can't even really see them. It's only because God gave me 20/20 vision that I was able to spot them. Okay, Kiana James is on the edge of the ring. There we go. It gets down as we are underway. Shots coming in there by Meechin. We've got half an hour left to go. Half an hour left to go. Daze, do we think it would be more special if Tom Khan dressed as AJ Lee? Tom Khan. Yes. Just like how John Cena is paying tribute to everyone he's faced by doing their moves, I think it'd be lovely if we just kept bringing wrestlers out. What we could have done is an hour of AJ's music hitting, and then we bring a wrestler out dressed as her that's not her. And we just slowly fill the ringside area until we eventually get to the actual AJ Lee. Do you remember all those people at WrestleMania dressed as John Cena doing the You Can't See Me? We could do something like that. Just keep bringing out different AJ Lees. There we go. Julia in control as we go to commercial break. I want Kane dressed as AJ. Yes. Well, she dressed as him, so it's only fair. What do we think CM Punk's reaction will be after John did the GTS? I think he's got other things on his mind. Kiana on the outsides. They're laying these commercials on thick, said Be Serious. Is this the third match or the fourth? It is the third. We've had Cena, Sammy, we've had Damian Alistair, and now we've got Meechin, Julia. This might also be the last. I mean, we've got to have about 20 odd minutes for that final segment because we've got to bring down Seth. We've got to bring down Punk. We've got to bring down Becky. They've got to have some words. We've got to do about 1 million commercial breaks. 29 minutes left. I blinked and it's nearly over, said Word of It's flown in it. Absolutely flown. WrestleRant said, I feel bad for anyone on this show. They are just an afterthought. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. I think that if you are on this show, you understand. Shots coming in there by Julia. If Chicago doesn't get AJ Lee, they will want a refund for real, said Ngozi. JJ Khan said, I still don't know how the ESPN app is working. $30 for an app, or do I get a package? I don't know. Can any of our American friends out there? I've seen packages that are like $35 where you get Disney and Netflix and ESPN. So, I mean, I think you get... I don't think you only get the app. I mean, you get ESPN for that. And you get the app. And I'm sure you must get some other bits. It's been a great show, said Timothy. Both these women are hot, said Sonny. We so need AJ Lee, Liv Morgan tag team, said Leanne. Penny said, waiting all this time for a 2-minute spot with no dialogue. Yep. That's what it is, being a wrestling fan. Being a wrestling fan is waiting through a whole show, which thankfully has been all right. Certainly, I really enjoyed Cena Sammy. And just to get a glimpse. We're actually perverts. We just want to have a look at a woman. That's it. We just want a glimpse at a woman. We just want a woman. It's a certain woman, not any woman. We just want a certain woman to come out. We want a certain woman to come skipping out. She doesn't have to say anything. And she's allowed to wear clothes. But we just want to see a certain woman. And when I word it that way, it does make me feel perverted. And that's okay. Right now, shot coming in there by Julia. Dog said AJ is on the screen via satellite and then it starts to lose the feed. And then she comes out. Oh, they could do it that way. Glockness said there ain't nothing wrong with that. No. Well, I tell you, if there is, you might as well arrest me now. Yeah? If there is something wrong with that, you might as well arrest me now. Right, I don't know if we're back from commercial break or have gone to commercial break. I have got no idea what's happening right now. Daze, who's your top 3 favourites for Cena's final match? Well, Gunther is the big rumour, isn't it? Gunther is the big rumor. Clothesline there by Julia. Suplex there by Michin. Julia getting up. Shot coming in there by Michin. Both guys hitting out at each other. Kicking now at each other as both go down. I feel sorry for these two. I really feel like these two are in just the worst spot. I feel like it's just the worst spot because everyone's sat here going, is it now? Like, is this match going to end now? Are we going to go to the segment we really care about now? It's just really hard to get, like, really invested. Kick coming in when you are expecting some flipping monumental. Michin in the corner. Cannonballs into Julia. Daze tonight might be the best female return of all time. It really could be. Yes. Oof. It's been some good ones at the Rumble. You know, Alexa's was nice after she was away for a little while. Becky coming back as well at SummerSlam. Although, people were a bit down on the fact we did that match and it was a squash. But I think when it comes to women's returns, this is going to have to... It's going to have to be up there, isn't it? The fact that Julia doesn't have a feud yet is insane. How has she been champ for over 2 months? She's been champ for 69 days. Exactly, and we love that. Right now, we've got Michin picking up Julia. She's going to look for a sit-down powerbomb, and she gets it. Shaquem said say hi to Dave in real life. Hello, Dave in real life. Oh, yeah, he's there. Hello, Dave. Hope you're doing well, buds. Dave, I thought you'd be streaming right now. Maybe Dave is. Perhaps he just popped in to say hello. Michin. Oh, plants Kiana. I like Kiana's shoes. Knee coming in there by Julia. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's ended. It's ended. I don't think there was much doubt there as to who was going to win. Yeah, I do like Kiana's shoes. They look good, classy. That was Arrivederci, apparently. Well, Arrivederci to that match. That's what I say. Kiana is unloading on Michin. Ref Daff telling Kiana to get off of Michin. Leave her alone. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I think we've only got one segment left to go. We've only got 20 minutes left in this show. It has got to be time. What are we doing now? We're looking back at Chelsea and Charlotte. Here we go, said Brony. The ref was saying, get off, AJ Lee's coming. I fell asleep for about 20 minutes there, said Porky Pig. That's okay, as long as you're awake now. We're just seeing what went down last week. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I feel nervous. I don't know if you lot feel nervous. I feel nervous. I so want this to go well. I feel nervous. Oh, there's Charlotte. Charlotte's upset. Here's Alexa. Lily is trained. Now is not the right time. No, because we need AJ's Lee return. The power of friendship. She not cleared? Is she cleared? What the hell's happened? Right, Jesus Christ. Seth Rollins is coming out. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm not emotionally ready for this. I am not emotionally ready. Oh God, if I'm not emotionally ready, how's AJ Lee feeling? She might be sat at home watching. She might be sat at home going, all these people think I'm about to come out. Unbelievable. Final Boomer said, instead of giving my brother, who now uses the name Ricky Sharks, this $10 bet if AJ is coming back or not because he hates her, I'm going to give it to Manic Mondays, Hi Daze, and the community. Final Boomer, thank you, my friends. Thank you, my friends. You've caught us at a time where we are literally pooping ourselves. I think there is feces in my pants right now. Oh. Sometimes I share too much. But, I need a bag. We never knew when Punk was coming back that it was going to happen. So, I mean, that was not like a big... I was chill. I was just like, yeah, right, show's ended. And then it flipping happens. Now it's like, oh. Mate, she must be a mess. She must be a mess. She must be crying. I'm crying. Seth is coming through the crowds. Seth is coming through the crowds. Wrestle Feature says, oh my God, it's time. Oh my God, it's time. Crispy Wrestling said Seth, LMAO, and then some other things. People talking about Julia. This person's got a snail. These are some things that happen in some new John Cena shirts, which are like old John Cena shirts available now, which is kind of cool. So, we got that as well. Worlds Collide. There's Becky looking like an extra from Sesame Street. There's Michin. I mean, look, this is where we are right now. Seth Rollins is here, says Wrestle Talk. World champion Seth Rollins is here. There's Alexa, Dr. Lily doing a checkup. Oh, Curtis said, here we effing go. Guys, I need to put that in my talking points video because it was a talking point. Lock the F in. Get locked in. Get locked in. What if we search AJ Lee? What's the latest tweets? AJ Lee is coming back. AJ Lee, here we go. Why are people in doubt about AJ Lee's return? It's almost time. AJ Lee coming back. Guys, it's time. AJ Lee really about to come back. I can't believe it, says MK. Even people in the office are crying. Oh my God. Mate, this is what wrestling's all about. These moments right here. These kind of moments where you go to work, you go to school, you're so excited, you're so pumped. You just cannot wait for the day to just be done so you can get back and you can witness history. And that's what we're witnessing. That's what this is going to be. It's like Seth has actually stayed up. Seth has stayed up. Seth has stayed up in the crowds. We're going to witness history, said Seth. The legend of your hero dies right here. Right here. Right now. To do the honors. Loud CM Punk chants. Loud CM Punk chants. Chant his name, says Seth. Chant his name. CM Punk. Let me introduce to you the greatest female wrestler. The greatest female wrestler on planet Earth. She is your Intercontinental Champion. And she is my sexy, brilliant, incredible wife. Not my wife. The man, Becky Lynch. So Seth giving Becky a massive intro. Becky making her way out. Oh my God. It's happening, said Barry. It's happening. Guys, if you're going to be sick now. There's no point doing it in about 8 minutes. Oh my God. I'm going to be sick. Oh my God. Crispy Wrestling said, I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. Oh, everyone just wants this to go so well. There is so much love. There is so much goodwill. Everyone just wants this to go well. Oh my God. Oh my God. George said, I'm nervous. I'm scared. I am stressed. Kian said, I've got butterflies. David said, this is going to be wild. Harry said, I'm nervous. What the hell? Dude, it's because we care. It's because we know that it's going to happen and we don't want any botches. There could be any kind of errors, you know, the flipping wrong music could play. She could flipping fall over as she comes out. These are the things that are going through our head. They're going to be going through her head. But listen, the flipping table is set, mate. The table is set. We've set the table. And it looks great. Becky in the ring. Seth is up in the stands. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even sit flipping. Oh my God. Becky in the ring. AJ Lee chants. AJ Lee chants. There's an AJ Lee sign. Quite a few AJ Lee signs. How dare you? How dare you, says Becky. How dare you chant another person's name whilst I stand in this ring? I am the greatest female wrestler of all time. It's true. Sports Illustrated do say that. Sports Illustrated do say that. They do say that. I've heard them say that. She's going off on the crowd, building up the heat. Building up the heat. Classic Chicago. Classic Chicago. You don't know what greatness looks like. All your teams suck. Yeah. Go on, Becky. Lay into Aussie again. The White Sox suck. The Bulls suck. And you suck. You suck so bad they're trading your ass. She just said that to the guy in the crowds. Guys, I can't bring myself to swear. Here's Punk. Here's Punk. Here is Punk. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Punk's coming down. How long we got? 10 minutes. Seth's in the crowds. We're seeing Seth. We're seeing Punk making his way down. Cult of personality. Okay, they're playing the music. Where is he? Has he got lost? Here he is. He might have just thought, don't fancy it tonight. Don't fancy it tonight. Chicago made. What a night for him as well, you know. What a night for him. Oh my God. There's Seth. Seth waving. Seth hello, mate. Yeah, well, do you know what? It's not clobbering time. It's not clobbering time. Flipping AJ Lee time, innit? Flipping AJ Lee time, mate. Seth watching us CM Punk. Oh my God, he's going to set this table so good. I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. Oh God, when her music hits, it's going to feed families. There's going to be families that are just going to get fed. Oh my God. I'm biting my nails. I'm actually biting my nails. Jesus. I'm sat here biting my nails like a little schoolgirl. Okay, CM Punk on the edge of the ring. Becky in the ring. I'm genuinely so excited, said Lewis. Black Onyx said, I'm just not worthy for AJ. It's true. We should turn this off. We're not worthy. I've not led a good enough life for this moment. Oh my God. Put it straight into my veins. I swear to God, if anything ever goes wrong in my life and like my heart starts failing, just play this moment and I'll be like, oh God, I remember that. It was awesome. I'll be right flipping back. Right, CM Punk in the ring. Becky, we got 9 minutes left of this show. 9 minutes left of this show. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. I reckon this is what it's like giving birth. I reckon this is what it's like. I have got such a weight down here. I mean, I am fat, but oh my God. I think I could squeeze a baby out right now. Okay, Becky in the middle of the ring. She's looking over at CM Punk. Punk looking out at the fans. CM Punk, switch that name, kids. Switch that name. There's another name you should be chanting, and it ain't CM Punk. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. This isn't about you. This is about your coward of a husband. Yeah, you cowards. This is about me. Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? Let's go, AJ, said wrestling fan. Come on, said Kader. Denley said, please, AJ. Cutie Cat says, AJ. This has nothing to do with you. How's your face feeling? How's your face feeling? How's your pride feeling? How's your face feeling? How's your pride feeling? Crowd are chanting AJ. Crowd are chanting AJ. She's like, can you hear them? Can you hear them? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait till we see that. Wait till we see that gorilla footage. You will let them chant the name AJ Lee. You will let them. Yeah. We're in Chicago. Oh my God. 6 minutes. Oh my. Fingers. He's talking about one of his sisters could jump over and beat Becky's ass. You let them chant. Oh, is that Punk's sister? I could give a call to Bailey. Who else you got? You got any more friends? Oh, he's talking about going and getting Bailey. Talking and going and getting Rhea Ripley. Oh, another slap. Another slap. What are you going to do about it? Slapping away, where are they? Becky's saying, who's going to come save you? More slaps. And again. What you gonna do? Look at Seth. You got nobody, says Becky. Oh my gods. Oh my flipping gods. It's the moment's here. This is it. This is it. Punk leaves the ring. This is it. This is it. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. You know. Everyone knows. But he knows someone that will. I got someone that will. Come on. Come on. Ah, yes. Yes. Oh, my God. AJ's music hits. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ah. Oh, my God. AJ Lee comes walking out. Massive smile on her face. She's got the Converse. Oh my gosh, she looks incredible. She looks incredible. Look at her as well, making her way down, skipping her way down. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to update my favourite WWE moments list. AJ Lee skipping around the ring. Smile on her face. Oh. 10 years we waited for this. 10 years we waited for this. She goes round. Leans against the ring. Becky having big regrets right now. Punk on the outside, arms folded. AJ getting in the ring. Oh, she looks so good. And I love how she's just taking her time as well. Just really playing with the situation. Holy is the chant. AJ sits on the ropes. Looks over at Becky. Gives a little wave. Oh, takedown! Takedown! AJ Lee unloads! Bang! 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 They're going at it! Becky tries to get out the ring. AJ grabs her! AJ with Becky! AJ Lee with Becky! Ah! Becky goes down! Bang! Thez press! Boom! 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 Mess her up, AJ! Mark her, AJ! Oh my God! So good! So good! Oh, licking of the hand. Psh, big slap. Becky gets out. AJ Lee is back. Becky on the outside of the ring. Punk telling Becky to come over. Becky down against the steps. Seth's at ringside. Brilliant. Brilliant. Love it. Love it. Fans obviously are with AJ, chanting her name. Becky was a bit OTT. Got a lovely moment here with Punk and AJ. And they go in and they embrace. Big hug. Big hug. Oh my God. Oh, they got away from the kiss. Do it again. Do it again. Oh my God, we missed the kiss. Oh my God. Oh, a production botch. What a return, says Michael Cole. AJ Lee is back. Seth chucks Becky up on his shoulder. Oh, welcome back. Yes. 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 Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, it was classic. It was just classic. I can't hit a woman. I'd never do that, but I know someone that will. And just great. Just great. All the feels. All the feels. She looks so good as well. I mean, we haven't seen her in so long. But to see her back in that AJ Lee merch, to see her in that AJ Lee gear, and to just see how good she looked in it as well. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but this was part of the kind of waiting to find out. You know, what does she look like when she puts that gear back on? I've not seen her in that gear for 10 years. I don't know that she's wore that gear in 10 years. So you kind of go, I just don't know. I don't know what she's going to look like. I hope it's going to be great. I hope it's going to work. I hope this is going to be a success. But, you know, she comes out and she looks amazing. Her abs look amazing. She's skipping her way down. She's still got all the mannerisms, sitting on the ropes, skipping round, taking her time. She knows how to milk the moment, not rush anything. You know, we got the takedown, we got the beat down. I think Becky was overselling it a touch, but I mean, I don't care about that. Who cares about that? So good. And then seeing her with Punk, seeing them two together, there's just magic in that. There's money in that. And there's a whole generation of fans that have never experienced AJ Lee before. This will be their first time, really, where they never got to experience or see just how great she was, how special she is as a worker. I mean, I think you had a glimpse there of someone that isn't just coming down and just rushing stuff. Someone that doesn't just run to the ring and just throws in shots and then, like, you know, just like she skips. She takes her time. We get like these kind of mannerisms. She's on the ropes. You know, like she's just, the psychology of AJ Lee is very interesting to watch. So, very good. I really enjoyed it. I really thought it was really good. I was nervous. I was genuinely nervous, which I was quite surprised at, actually. And I think part of the reason for that is because when Punk came back, we didn't know for certain he was coming back. And actually, there's been, like, when Edge came back, we didn't know for certain. We did wonder, is it going to happen? But we didn't know. I feel like this one we knew, right? And we knew. If anyone else had come walking out there, we knew. We knew who was about to come down. Obviously. I'm crying. My inner child is healed, said C. Jonathan Way. Final Boomer said, to quote Jay Uso, Daze, are you okay? I'm okay. I hope all of you are okay. After what is such a moment. I mean, it's brilliant. I'm lost for words. I just can't get over how good she looks. Healthy. Do you know what I mean? Skipping down to the ring, her abs. I feel like she's gained more. Ian said, Daze Scoopmaster retires with a 100% records. Robert said, AJ Lee merch available. Ah, my God, is it really? AJ Lee's merch. AJ Lee is back. Love bites back. That's... Is there an E in truly? How'd you spell truly? Truly. Boom. Right, what else we got? One of the best returns ever, says Jeremy. Kragus999 World said, yes, I'm not crying. Well, I was, but with happiness. Nico said, AJ Lee, let's go. And she looks fire. Yes, she looked brilliant. Cam said, accidentally clipped great instead of all time. Right. That is... that's a shame. Cam, you've been timed out. You had one job, Cam. You had one job, and that was to give this moment the recognition that it deserved, and you botched. And there are consequences for botching. So, Cam, it's been lovely having you as a part of this community. EST said, I've not cried this hard since Cody finished his story. EST, shout out to you. At the moment, look, we've got 69. We've got 69. I'm not even making it up. We've got 69% of. Oh my God, this is perfect. It was meant to be. We've got 69% of you. 69% of you have said that this was all time. Not that. There. Oh, now it's changed to 70. I take it. Oh, Jesus. Well, it did say 69. Now it says 7. Oh, ignore that. After all that work, ignore that. Scrap that. Ignore that. But it did say 69, and it was really funny. So 69% of you said all time, now 70. 23% said great. 6% said good. 1% of you said it was bad. And you are not welcome here anymore. Yeah. I'm only joking. I really need the views. Right, Daze, what would you rate the show out of 10? I'm giving it 8.5. It's a great show. I don't think that's too unfair. I mean, look, I think Damian Alistair, I really don't like the end of Cena Sammy. I wanted a clean finish. Damian Alistair is okay. Kind of a normal match, really, of what we've been getting, and Meech and Julia as well. So we got to take into account that there's a chunk of this show, about 40 minutes, maybe even more, actually, that kind of slips into normal flipping SmackDown areas. Just average SmackDown areas. But, God, that AJ Lee moment is fantastic. And as a result, I think we end up getting, in the 8s. I don't know if I'd go 8 or 8.25. I do think that the score gets brought down by, I think that first match gets ruined. I really do. Not ruined, but, I think that was really good and doing really well. And then we don't even get a flipping result. I don't even know what it was. Just a no contest or something. And then the 2 matches that follow are a bit, but, oh, guys, it's all about that AJ Lee moment. And it was so good. I fear of the quality of this match at Wrestle Palooza. Don't care. I don't give a flip. I don't care. I don't care if it stinks the place out. It is going to be amazing to see her back in the ring, honestly. And listen, people need to be understanding she's going to take some time. It's going to take her a little while to find her feet. But putting her in a tag match with other workers that have been active recently makes all the sense in the world to me. I think it would make less sense to put her in a singles match, honestly. Put her in a singles match, I would be worried. Because I'd be worried that she's going to maybe botch, show herself up. The ring rust is going to be a problem. Here, she can get in, do what she needs to do, get back out again. If this match is going to suck, it ain't going to be because of AJ Lee. Because I think she's only going to have moments. Much like how Ronda just had moments at WrestleMania 34. So if it is going to suck, I really don't think it's going to be because of AJ. I think actually I could see the guys doing a lot of the work. I could see a lot of Seth and Punk doing a lot of the work. So I don't think the match is going to be bad, honestly, because I think Seth Punk going to do the lion's share. When AJ gets in, the crowd are just going to be red hot. I mean, she doesn't need to do like the most adventurous moveset. Just like go at Becky. Crowd are going to be like, yeah, get her, It's going to be really amped up, really exciting. And I think it'll be fine, honestly. Don't go into it expecting a 5-star classic. It might be 3.75, but I don't expect that thing to be like 2 stars or anything. Benny said that return was good. Sacrificing a party for the last 10 minutes of SmackDown, worth it? Yes. Honestly, I don't even care about my family now. If they had disowned me because of this, I would have made the exact same decision, right? In fact, my dad said he was disappointed that I wasn't going to be able to make it. I actually disappointed my father. And you know what? I'm thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled. I was like, what do you mean you're disappointed? I was like, well, it'd be lovely to have everyone there, wouldn't it? It'd be lovely to have everyone, like, actually attend, like, on the first day. And I'm like, yeah, but AJ Lee. So I'm just saying, and, you know, it's disappointing. I'm like, oh. So I've disappointed my dad. And I love it. Wrestling comes first, yeah? It's family, chocolate, and then wrestling. That's how it goes, right? And you can change chocolate for other things like cheesecake if you want, because cheesecake's also pretty lush. Bone said, AJ killed it. It was an awesome job. Cara said, you went to Egypt. That is true. He wanted a family. It's really demanding, actually. What wrestling has shown me is that my dad is actually very unreasonable. You make a very good point. He was the one that dragged me to Egypt. I didn't even want to go. I didn't want to go. Those streams were not our best streams, although we did get introduced to the pool guy. So that is someone that has joined our community. He is part of the Wrestling Daze lore now. So we did get that out of it. They're already dropping merch. Yes. Let's go. I did hear a rumor that they weren't going to until a certain someone sent a request. I mean, do I have to buy this shirt though? Do I have to get this shirt? You know, the one that's got like a big pink spider web on and a big pink, like, it's pink. Do you know this one that looks like a 14-year-old that's going through angst? This is the one I've got to buy, is it? They're not maybe going to come out with a more Daze-friendly one in the future, are they? Are they? I mean, I'm not down on it. Buy it. Support AJ Lee. Could you have just maybe had one with a face on? Do you know what I mean? Maybe you had AJ here doing that with AJ written down. That could maybe. I mean, WWE Shop, I'm very grateful that you did give us something, but I don't know that I'm going to go to the pub, yeah, down the road, because we do have a local army barracks, and so the soldiers do go in there drinking as well. I'm not sure I'm going to walk in with Love Bites Back. I mean, that's probably on the back as well, and like some big pink spider web. I just think, like, there's some of us that would like a slightly different design. That's the only point I'm making. Yeah, I'm still gonna buy it though. I'm still gonna buy it. It needs to be purchased. Liam said, I've always thought that she'd have been the perfect sister Abigail. Jess said, am I still timed out? Yeah, because I just timed you out again. I'm drunk on excitement. Yeah, just wear it on streams. Yeah, go on then. Buy it and frame it. I'm gonna buy it. Buy it. How much is it? Are they still about £15 like they used to be? Buy it. But I bet it's not available in the UK. I bet it's one of those where it's only in flipping America. Let's have a look. Mate, don't. I was only joking. Don't you flip in there. Don't you flip in there. Where do you go? T-shirts. What the hell's this? What the hell's this? Newest items. What the hell is this? So you're telling me I can't even get the 14-year-old angst shirt? So I can't even dress like a 14-year-old girl? What the... Jesus Christ! How is this company so useless? Oh, get your AJ Lee mug, but not in Europe. Not in the UK. You can have a solo shirt. Yeah. Or would you like a John Cena Chicago shirt? No. What do I want that for? Sat in Telford. Not in Chicago. What am I meant to do here? I mean, thank God, I made my own. Looks like I'm going to have to go to the pub in this one. My official WWE merch. I'm not even joking. Maybe if I refresh, perhaps like they're on the verge of uploading it or something. Like, this is Euroshop. If you go... newest items. What the flip? AJ Lee. Knew it. Yeah, knew it. I love these guys. Yeah. Guys, there was a bit of an overreaction there from some of you. It just turns out that they haven't quite got it onto the newest items page yet. It is actually up though, so that's good. 34. Do you know what? It's not bad. It's not bad. So there we are. I'm going to purchase this shirt. I'm going to start listening to My Chemical Romance. Yeah? Going to start listening to Panic at the Disco. Going to hang out with my friends at Hot Topic. Yeah? Going to go to Hot Topic. Going to meet up with the gang. I'm going to get my nipples pierced. And we're going to talk about boys. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. We're going to Hot Topic and we're going to talk about boys. That is channeling my inner teenage girl. Right, let's have a look, shall we? See where we ended up with AJ Lee's return. We had over 1,000 votes. And we've got 16. We did it! Yeah! This stream just gets better. We got 69. 69. Yes. 5 and 1. Love that for us. Oh, it had to be that, didn't it? It had to be. Right, Camblog said, my bad. She looks incredible. Camblog's welcome back. Shout out to those that missed it live. Lilith said, do you want us to get it for you? No, Lilith. It's fine. I got in touch with my source. Yeah, you might have missed it, actually, but I just got in touch with my source and I was like, get this on the Euroshop right now. And they did it. So it has now actually been added. So you're welcome, Europe. You are welcome. Okay, guys, I'm going to go and do a little video because some people might not have heard the news. Yeah, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it. This was special. We knew it was going to be special, and it proved to be special. So it happened. We witnessed it. And oh my God, was it sweet. So thanks a lot for joining. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great weekend. Don't forget, we're back on Monday for Raw. I'm going to go and get smashed with my family that no longer love me. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.